잠시 후
The conference will begin shortly. If you are outside, please make your way into the conference hall and take your seats. And we are going to add more the chairs since there are many participants. Before we begin, we would like to make a few announcements. To ensure the smooth progress of the conference, please turn off your mobile phones or set them to silent mode. This conference is being broadcast live on the Enrich YouTube channel, and it will be also available for replay after the event. For simultaneous interpretation, Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English.
추가 자리가 세팅되는 대로 학술대회를 시작하겠습니다.
We are going to begin the conference as soon as we are ready after putting all the chairs in the conference hall.
서 계신 분들은 자리에 앉아 주시기 바랍니다.
Please take your seats so that we can begin the conference.
안녕하십니까? 저는
Good morning. I am Hye Jung Kim from the Archaeological Heritage Division at the National Resource Institute of Cultural Heritage. I will be your host for today's conference. Thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedules. The World Archaeology Conference is one of the key initiatives that started with the MOU signed in 2023 between Enrich and ICCROM, the International Center for the Study of the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property. This conference aims to raise public interest in archaeology by highlighting significant archaeological heritage sites around the world. Through the presentations of important excavation findings and conservation efforts, we aim to reflect on the historical value of these sites and explore sustainable strategies for the long-term investigation. In 2023, under the theme of Ancient Cities and Royal Capitals, we explored the significant sites including ancient Thebes in Egypt, Pompeii in Italy, and Hattusa in Turkey, as well as the ancient capitals of Seoul and Gyeongju. And in 2024, and we looked into ancient royal tombs. This year, unlike previous conferences that focused on the typology of the sites, we turned to the theme of a global interest. Through the lens of environmental archaeology and climate change, we will highlight international case studies on the investigation of waste and landfills. In line with this year's theme, our brochures were printed on recycled paper, and we tried to minimize the use of disposable items when we have refreshment. With the continued heat wave, we have been feeling exhausted, but we hope that today's conference offers a refreshing moment of intellectual curiosity and inspiration, and we will skip any formal introduction of guests. Now, to officially begin the conference, please welcome Dr. Lim Jong-deok, Director General of Enrich, for the opening remarks. Please welcome Dr. Lim.
Good morning, everyone. I am Im Jong-deok, Director General of National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who participated in this academic conference on world archaeology, or Archaeology of Landfills, co-hosted by Enrich and ICCROM, despite this hot summer weather. This conference is the third of an international conference that began in June 2023 as part of the cooperation agreement between our research institute and ICCROM. The theme in 2023 was Ancient Cities and Royal Capitals. So we explored the ancient Thebes in Egypt, Pompeii in Italy, and Hattusa in Turkey. And in 2024, under the theme of ancient royal tombs, we share various stories about Lord of Xipan in Peru and the Parcals tombs in Mexico. And this year, we are joined by you with a very interesting topic, an archaeology of landfills. Unlike the academic conference that have dealt with major relics in the world over the past 2 years, this year's conference will be a valuable opportunity to shed in-depth light on what modern society is leaving behind through examination of garbage and landfills in each country from an environmental archaeology perspective in relation to climate change, which is a global concern. William Lawrence Lodge, who is called the father of the garbage archaeology, said, if there is a choice, humans always throw it away. An act of throwing away is a disposal method that can be found everywhere from prehistoric times to the present day. So the traces of life values and social changes that we discard tell us more vivid and the richer stories than any other existing records or artifacts. Therefore, we hope in this conference, garbage is not deemed a simple dump, but a great repository and opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of human life and culture and insights for sustainable development in the future. Finally, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Professor Lee Sung-ju for moderating this event and other speakers for your presentations. And also my special thanks goes to ICCROM General Director, Runa, Francesca Maria Guzal, and all other guests online and offline who are attending this conference. Thank you very much.
네, 말씀드렸듯이 오늘
Thank you. As mentioned earlier, today's conference is co-hosted with ICCROM. Last year, the ICCROM Director General was unable to attend in person due to other commitments and instead sent a video message. This year, her presence here makes the event all the more meaningful. Please welcome Director General of ICCROM, Aruna Francesca Maria Guzal, who has come all the way from Rome to be with us today.
안녕하세요. A very good morning to all of you. It's a great pleasure, honor to be here today. As she said, I was unable to join last year, and it's a great honor and pleasure to be here today. Esteemed Administrator of the Korea Heritage Service, esteemed Director General of the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage, distinguished speakers, guests, dear colleagues. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to join you today at this remarkable gathering in Seoul. On behalf of ICCROM, I extend my deepest gratitude to the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage and the Korea Heritage Service for your generosity, commitment, and our shared vision, which make the conference possible. These events mark our third collaboration, and I'm proud to stand once again alongside our Korean partners in a space that fosters knowledge, dialogue, and innovation in heritage conservation. This year's theme, Archaeology of Landfills, is particularly thought-provoking. It invites us to engage with a subject that is both deeply traditional and urgently contemporary. For archaeologists, waste is not an afterthought. It is often the foundation of our understanding of past societies. From prehistoric debit age to modern trash heaps, mediums have long revealed what people ate, how they lived, what they valued, and how they adapted to their environment. In this sense, landfills are among our richest source of insights. What is new is the scale. Today we are confronted with an archaeological record of waste on a magnitude never seen before in human history. Future generations will inherit our landfills and form interpretation of our civilization based on what was left behind. What will they conclude about our priorities, our system of production and disposal, our relationship with the environment? Unlike in the past, where waste reflected local life and foreign items revealed distinct trade networks, today's landfills are global in origin, with packaging and products from across the world. The material footprint of globalized systems rather than of individuals' communities will make interpretation more complex but still very important. Archaeology is not just excavation, but interpretation, helping us understand structures and objects of the past, human values, as well as of the present. Landfills have become a mirror reflecting both our ingenuity and our excess, our habits and our speed of living. This is why ICCROM's vision, captured in the acronym CARE, to conserve, activate and recognize, is particularly relevant in the context. It calls us not only to place value on the material record, but bringing into dialogue with society, science and sustainability. Landfills, industrial ruins, and abandoned infrastructure bear witness to our patterns of consumption and our evolving relationship with the environment. They challenge us to connect and interpret the physical traces of our daily life and place them in a broader economic, political, and cultural context. It is data and it is heritage, and it can be a catalyst for transformative change. As we begin a new strategic cycle at ICCROM, we are placing renewed focus on participation, sustainability, and the role of heritage in shaping better lives and better livelihoods for our people, our community, and our planet. The archaeology of landfills forces us to ask difficult but necessary questions about how we live and how we want to re-remember. This event brings together archaeologists, historians, conservators, and urban scholars to examine everything from ancient shell mounds and imperial refuse near ICCROM's own headquarters in Rome to colonial layers in Seoul and global cities of discards. Each case study will help illuminate our past and the legacy we are actively shaping. In doing so, they invite us to imagine new paths forward by examining our current system of production and disposal through an archaeological lens. We can foster more grounded, ethical, and sustainable relationship with our environment, highlighting the inseparable nexus of people, nature, and culture. Let us use this opportunity to learn from one another, ask bold questions, and embrace the complexity beneath the surface of everyday life. Once again, I thank our host partners in Korea, especially the Archaeology Department of Enrich and the Korea Heritage Service for your warm hospitality and leadership and for having me in this important event. 감사합니다.
사무총장님께서 오늘 학술대회
Madam General
주제와
Director
내용을 관통하는 전반적인
gave
이야기를
us an
해주셨습니다.
overview
감사합니다.
about today's event and also emphasized the need for the stronger cooperation. Now, we will hear the congratulatory remarks from the Administrator Heo-min of Korea Heritage Service, who took out of his busy schedule to attend this conference. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
So, first, very welcome to Korea and for
여러분
Seoul,
안녕하십니까?
and
한국
also
서울에 오신 것을
so very
환영드립니다.
wonderful. So
오늘
this is the
이렇게 만나게
conference.
돼서 정말 반갑고요.
So and also I'm first thank
세계
you
고고학,
to
세계
President
고고학
of Korean
학술대회
Archaeological Society,
함께하게 되어서
the
정말
Professor Sung Joo Lee, and
감사합니다.
our
그리고
colleagues and then
이성주
archaeological
전국대
some members in
교수님
Korea,
오늘
and also
모더레이팅
the
맡아주셔서
special thanks to
감사드리고요. 또 저희
the foreign,
현장에
the
그리고 또 온라인으로 함께해 주시는
presenters,
모든 분들께도 깊이
so including
감사드립니다.
the Thomas, Merchus, Castellano, and Jose Rombes, the Loadingeres, and also William Rodney Kalahe. Okay, thank you so much for coming here. And also I'm talk, so my talk by Korean. Thank you. So 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은
Hello everyone. I am Heo-min, Administrator of Korea Heritage Service as introduced. First of all, I sincerely welcome all of you to International Conference on World Archaeology, Archaeology of Landfills. My special thanks goes to General Director of ICCROM, Madame Aruna Francesca Marie Guzral, for coming a long way for this conference, and also to Professor Lee Sung-ju of Gyeongbok National University for leading panel discussion, and all the distinguished guests from home and abroad, and also participants online and offline. Thank you for joining us today.
세계유산을 보존하고 관리하는 분야는 이 명실상부한 국제기구인
So this conference is all the more meaningful since we already had a third time together with ICCROM, a proven international organization of conservation and management.
우리 국가유산청은
Korea Heritage Service has been
이크롬이 운영하는
doing the activities and supporting the activities of Coal Asia operated by ICCROM since 2012, and also from 2023, Enrich and ICCROM are achieving great results by co-hosting these academic conferences and also the researches and all other activities. This academic conference, which is an extension of this cooperation, will explore the old Korean Neolithic shell midden and the Roman Empire's Monte Testaccio and the modern architecture from the Japanese colonial period, and also the 1983 U.S. Atari landfill investigation. To understand the various garbage archaeology research cases around the world, through this we'll be able to recognize that waste is not just a simple dump, but an important social and cultural artifact. The valuable stories to be shared by domestic and international experts today will be a great opportunity to think about how our materialistic culture can become archaeological data and understand the past through this garbage and prospect our future. Simply going beyond an environmental issues, the awareness that traces we leave behind can become a legacy for the future could be widely shared and provide the foundation for better tomorrow. In conclusion, thank you all from Enrich and ICCROM for preparing this meaningful event. I wish you all stay healthy even in this hot summer weather.
I think you need this fan. So there's very changing good weather. So sometimes you cover the sunshine, sometimes you cover the rainfall. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, every day. Thank you. Enjoy the Korea. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다, 청장님.
Thank you very much, Administrator. We kindly ask for your continued interest and support for our Institute's international exchange activities, including our efforts in global archaeology. Now we will take a commemorative photo. May I ask the speakers and panelists, the Administrator of Korea Heritage Service, Director General of Enrich, and Dr. Aruna Guzal, Director General of ICCROM, and all those participating in today's symposium to please come forward for the group photo.
발표를 위한 단상이
We will resume the conference as soon as the podium is set up for the presentations. And we are going to begin the presentation session at 11.
그럼 본격적인 발표를
We will begin
시작하겠습니다.
the
발표에
presentation
앞서서
session.
지금 아까 강의의자의 흰색
And
강의의자에 앉아
we
계신 분들은
put temporary white chairs, but if you find the seats in the middle, then you can move to the available seats.
부탁드립니다. 빈자리 있으니까
There are the empty seats in the center, so please move to the available seats. We are going to invite Mr. Thomas Meras Castaño, and he will present discard and conservation, some notions and questions about the waste and the value. Please welcome the speaker.
Thank you so much for the time and the space to be here with you. Thank you, Enrich, and the colleagues in the Archaeology Department for the kind invitation and for all the effort involved in the organization of the conference. This is the third year that we explore this valuable opportunity in this space to reflect on the contributions of archaeology and how we can pose other questions beyond the classical borders of the discipline. So it's been quite a journey, a very interesting one. Through such reflection, we can strive maybe to discover or redefine more sustainable approaches, drawing lessons that can foster resilience and maybe enhance communication among professionals. I am a conservator. I have to say I'm not an archaeologist, but I've been working with archaeology and archaeologists for a very long part of my professional life. So I hope you don't find this intrusion so disruptive. But I think archaeology has served me a lot to better understand my work, and I value so much of the frameworks and the thinking schools that have shaped the field. So I will have this presentation on some, it's more theoretical than practical because I do not practice archaeology, as some of you do. On some of the ideas I have been thinking for a very long time, particularly in the recent times on the notions in social sciences, on the actor network theory. I will go into detail later on the presentation, but I will use some examples. Some of them might feel a little disconnected, so sorry for the insalata mista, as we would say in Italy, but hopefully at the end I can have a little call to action based upon this development of this talk. I also want to thank to the colleagues in the interpretation and translation booths. I know it's a lot of work in translating, so I hope it's not too harsh. And if there are questions, we will have the session at the end of the day. So if you want to comment or clarify something, I will be very happy to contribute to the discussion. So, that being said, if we were to judge, and I know the word is very strong, maybe allow me to use a term. If we were to judge societies by the waste they produce, perhaps we would find a clear face of the evolutionary process we have become as a civilizational model. We live in a common, globalized present where we produce a great quantity of materials that are discarded at a fast pace, objects that have a very short life. And this announced death of material culture that we are prepared to face has become, in my point of view, one of the great problems of modern times. And I use the word problems there, so also a note. It is normal and expected and even optimized that the machinery of efficiency and innovation produces things that will be discarded in ever greater volumes. And it seems that the more significant our lives become, the greater the amount of waste we generate. On a daily basis, I live with a craving of updates for my phone's operating system, my equipment, my computer, the new software, while I'm drinking coffee out of a disposable plastic bottle or a mug or a cup, or and while we are all thriving in increasingly hot climate, out of the averages of temperatures recorded so far. So we have reached recently, we see a lot in that in the news, new records on on how our collective presence is marking the Earth. If we take a moment to step back and observe this paradox, where progress seems to be measured not only in terms of technological sophistication, but also in the speed with which materials become obsolete, we begin to see a deeper tension, the contradiction between durability and disposability. As conservators and archaeologists, we find ourselves navigating this contradiction constantly. On one hand, we work to preserve what has survived. On the other, we witness the rapid transformation of objects into waste, often before they have had a chance to accumulate meaning. Note that I do not equate the pass of time as the means of acquiring meaning, but usually it's something that happens. Once something goes in a quick pace, we do not have time to value as much as other things that have been kept for a long time. This observation, I hope, invites us to reconsider how we conceptualize the life cycle of material culture, not in terms of isolated objects, but as part of a broader system of use, of value assignment and eventual discard. In other words, how do things move through time, through society, and ultimately through us? This is where the contribution of behavioral archaeology has become, at least for me, particularly insightful. One model that has deeply shaped my thinking since my formative years in conservation training is Michael Schiffer's artifact life flow model, as is in the screen, that was originally proposed in the 70s. And this model provides a systemic framework to understand the trajectory of objects from its procurement and production to the use and reuse and ultimately discard and deposition. Schiffer's model introduces two major stages, helping to visualize how objects circulate within cultural systems and how, through these circulations, meanings and values are constructed, transformed, or lost. By conceptualizing material culture within a dynamic behavioral chain, it allows us to connect the present-day phenomena of overproduction and hyper-disposability with deeper patterns of human interaction with things. Patterns that leave traces in the archaeological record and challenge our notions of permanence and worth. I'm sure some of you have worked with this model. It's very common in American archaeology. And in conservation, I would have to say that I was trained also to understand some of the changes in value through these changes between how things are in the systemic context, so our phase where we are currently, and how they go and are forgotten into other phases as the archaeological context. The artifact life flow model proposed by Schiffer is particularly useful since it establishes a point of reference to understand a systemic approach of use and discard, and the model describes the history of an artifact that can be used as a point of view for describing the sequence of production in Western conception of how things are produced, used, and discarded. It briefly goes into these, let's say, 10 stages on the acquisition of the raw materials, on how things are produced and manufactured, how they are used in our multiple human activities, and the relationship with the environment as well, and then how they are modified and repurposed sometimes during the life in the systemic realm, and then how they are discarded and abandoned, how they are reused. And sometimes we see a lot in archaeology of what I've worked in the artifacts. Some of the repurpose happens in the ancient times, and objects are transferred from one civilization to another, and then they go again into the archaeological phase. And I put these two other images on where conservation happens, because Schiffer marks these points on transition. And conservation, I think it produces some artificial narrative and gives a story at a certain periods of these cycles. So I would say it's part of also on how we see conservation in certain traditions, on the change of use of the objects. Sometimes we do not use the word use when objects go into a museum, but they are serving a purpose when they are put there. It is common in the conservation field where when direct treatments occur, usually happen to create these new narratives, as I was saying. And conservation many times sets artificial narratives, manipulating or reassembling the physical part of the matter. In addition, it allows us for the analysis of behavioral patterns associated with artifacts found in the archaeological record, a concept known in more recent sources or in more recent discussions as assemblage formation. And this approach allows us to see in a cyclical manner how certain objects or sets of objects transit between use, abandonment, oblivion, and in some cases revaluation, entering and leaving the systemic phase. At this juncture, it is important to consider the concept of assemblage as a methodological category, that it is also known as assemblage theory or assemblage thinking, not only applied to archaeology, but to other areas of human knowledge, and as a lens through which broader ontological questions emerge concerning the relationship between materiality, temporality, and social practice. While in archaeology the term commonly refers to a group of artifacts found in a shared spatial stratigraphic context, often associated with specific activities, individuals or time periods, it also invites deeper reflection on how objects come to hold meaning through their co-presence, transformation, and relational entanglement. Assemblage theory, in this sense, offers a framework that emphasizes emergence, multiplicity, and processes, foregrounding the dynamic nature of associations among objects, spaces, and agents. In contrast, as some of the conservation schools have developed around the world, there is this notion of critical realism, which is an approach very common, as sometimes opposing to the assemblage theory, that tends to focus on enduring structures, causal mechanisms, and relatively stable layers of reality. These divergent theoretical positions point to central tension in archaeological interpretation, whether we prioritize the transient, contingent configurations that characterize assemblage thinking, or the more enduring pattern regularities that a realist perspective seeks to uncover. This is not, I hope, a theoretical abstraction disconnected from practice. The tension between fluidity and structure has significant implications for how we approach conservation. Interventions on archaeological or historical objects are frequently oriented toward stabilization, physically, chemically speaking, and also interpretatively. In doing so, conservation often produces fixed narratives and about the past, imposing coherence upon materials traces that may have originally existed in more provisional or ambiguous states. The act of reassembling fragments, whether physically or conceptually, constitutes a form of meaning-making that cannot be separated from the epistemological and ontological frameworks through which such decisions are made. In the context of landfill archaeology, this dynamic becomes particularly pronounced. the assemblages encountered in landfills are contemporary, often highly heterogeneous, and still embedded within larger systemic flows of production and discard. They are both residues and signals, material evidence and consumption, extraction and socio-environmental transformation. Assemblage analysis in this setting enables us to trace patterns of behavior, but also demands an acute awareness of how temporary, unstable, or contradictory those patterns may be. Whether we interpret landfill contents as evidence of persistent cultural habits or as a result of volatile economic and technological processes depends on the ontological stance we adopt. Understanding this tension between stabilization and flux is critical to framing the roles of use, discard, and conservation today. It requires that we remain attentive to the partial, processual, and often unresolved nature of material life, without abandoning the analytical need for structure and interpretation. Negotiating balance is, I would argue, one of the key intellectual and ethical tasks in the conservation heritage in the Anthropocene. With these considerations in mind, I would like to move toward a more explicit reflection on the overlapping notions of use, discard, and conservation, particularly how our theoretical commitments shape both the reading of the past and our interventions in the present. With this framework, the concept of use, discard, and conservation emerge beyond the isolated phases in the life of objects as interdependent processes that shape and are shaped by cultural, institutional, and epistemological dynamics. In contemporary heritage practice, these notions are increasingly understood through a relational lens, whether material interventions are not solely about preserving physical traces, but also articulating values, constructing and restructuring narratives, and engaging with audiences. At ICCROM, we have witnessed a gradual but significant shift from approaches that focus primarily on the conservation of matter as data, treating material culture as a repository of objective information, to approaches that foreground the interpretive and communicative dimensions of heritage. So this transition has been shaped by broader currents in the field, including the rise of people-centered methodologies and the concept of heritage plays. That you have a book where we had a talk on the concept of heritage plays as a site of meaning making, not just the simple material preservation as some of the schools developed for decades. In this evolving context, conservation becomes a mediated act, a practice that not only stabilizes material remains, but also explains the scientific rationale behind decisions, acknowledges the plurality of values attached to heritage, and contributes to broader storytelling processes. The emphasis thus shifts from technical preservation alone to interpretative engagement, where the dynamics of use, discard, and conservation are resituated within the lived experiences of communities and the cultural biographies of objects and places. Building upon this relational understanding of use, discard, and conservation, it becomes necessary to expand the lens and take into account the broader temporal and ecological implications of material culture these days. When use and discard are no longer cyclical, but instead embedded within accelerating systems of consumption and obsolescence, conservation must also contend with the systemic conditions that produce loss, not only of objects, but of knowledge, of biodiversity, and also resilience. In this light, the notion of loss, whether through wear, abandonment, or overexploitation, emerges as a critical axis in our reflection on material heritage. This is particularly pressing today when the scale of production is such that nearly every new object enters the systemic context already inscribed with a planned expiration. The pursuit of perpetual innovation and economic expansion appears unrestrained, rendering even durable goods temporary. It is within this context that the historical account of a plant that was called silphium, as narrated by Pliny the Elder, acquires a I think, a renewed relevance, at least for my exploration for this topic. Silphium, it was a resinous plant native to the region of Cyrene, the modern-day Libya in northern Africa, and was once revered for the medicinal and culinary properties, very valued for the extent that it was stamped into currency, a symbol of abundance and imperial wealth. Yet its exploitation was so intensive that by the 1st century it had vanished. Pliny recounts with a tone of irreversible loss that only a single stem was found and presented to Emperor Nero. This ancient episode reflects with striking clarity that a pattern that has intensified in our time, the fragility of species and resources when subjected to unchecked extraction. The silphium strands, as an early marker of a trajectory we now recognize as systemic, where value leads to exploitation and reverence does not preclude disappearance.
소멸을 배제하지 않는 체계적인 궤적을 보여주는 바로 아주 초기의 지표라고 할 수가 있습니다.
If we consider this ancient account as a form of early warning, it compels a broader reflection on the nature of our extractive relationship with the world. The disappearance of silphium is not simply a historical anecdote. It illustrates a pattern of unsustainable appropriation that continues into the present. In contemporary industries such as fashion, where accelerated cycles of production and consumption generate vast quantities of waste, the implications of such overexploitation become starkly evident. Pliny's narrative, it brought to the present, can be interpreted as a call to recalibrate our material and ethical orientation. His reference to secundum naturam vivere, to live according to nature, resonates as philosophical proposition for moderation, responsibility, and long-term thinking. Rather than a nostalgic return to the past, it invites us to consider the foundations of value, sustainability, and legacy in decisions we take today. Silphium, which grew in the coast of Cyrenaica, was considered a vegetable gold, and it disappeared from the known world more than 1,000 years ago, becoming a symbol of extinction caused by human overexploitation. And as circumstantial information, recent research from archaeology and bioarchaeology has led to the identification of a plant in Turkey, Ferula turdeana, which could be a close relative to this lost silphium. This finding, I think, not only revives the hope of recovering a valuable resource in the narrative search for the meaning of human life on Earth, this is another lesson we can take as our own, the resilience and the possibility of recovery. Discarding, forgetting, and recovery become starting points not only for archaeology but for humanity, opening avenues of appreciation and respect. The history of extinction due to overexploitation, which is long, allows to put in tremendously current context how we use resources, and therefore questions such as what does waste mean? How has our perception of what's useful changed? How can we revalue what has been considered useless? What is the role of conservation in the process, both for the natural world and the material world? And with the idea of finding points of balance between professional practices that have evolved to understand and has been done with the ancient world, what that of the present in which we live now. One time's scrap may be another time's jewel, or someone's trash can be another's treasure. I think we've come across this phrase multiple times in different arrangements. These notions take like an unsuspected dimension when the factors of scarcity and extinction are introduced into the equation. What was once common and abundant can become scarce, thus acquiring extraordinary value, or even being lost, and therefore the exponential value of this artifacts or goods. This transformation of value cuts across daily life, philosophical and anthropological experience. In this sense, the distinction between what is useless and what is important, between what is discarded and what is preserved, is relative and subject to material, cultural and symbolic conditions. To deepen the cultural dimension of discard, it is useful to explore how waste has been interpreted and managed in earlier urban traditions, where material practices were closely linked to cosmic and moral orders. I came across two concepts in Greek philosophy. One term is peritos, the superfluous, and the other one is skubalon, that can be translated, roughly speaking, into garbage, that denoted which lack intrinsic value and had to be eliminated in order to maintain some order and purity in the context. This negative view of waste reflects a desirable and aspirational counterparts to human development in notions of cleanliness and order as a moral and a physical imperative that I think in the 19th century became kind of a big thing, a big discussion that shaped many of even institutions around the world. I found that in contrast for certain notions as in Mesoamerica, refuse acquired a complex and symbolic meaning. The remains of offerings were not trash, as we understand it today, but connections to the sacred, revealing dichotomous aspects of the same entity, reflecting a cosmovision where waste could communicate with the divine or with the underworld. There was always this axis mundi, both in the discarded items and the preserved items. Thus, waste was not only a material residue, but an element loaded with meaning and capable of mediating between the human world and the supernatural world. The relationship between waste and public health also linked a fundamental part of our conception of discarding in urban contexts. In Tenochtitlan, the Mexica capital of the empire, daily cleanliness and advanced waste management reflect a concern for hygiene and deep understanding of the relationship between environment and health. This approach extended to urban organization, where the cleanliness of the streets and plazas prevented epidemics and maintained social equilibrium. Urban administration, as shown by the role of the Cihuacoatl, a very interesting governing person, that was one of the most interesting, important political and religious officials in the Mexican government, functioning as the second in command just after the Tlatoani. And despite the feminine name, the office was held by a man and performed both administrative and judicial functions, including the supervision of the courts and the internal administration of the city, so also linked to the waste management of the capital. Symbolically, she represented the feminine as the goddess, a dimension of power associated with the earth, fertility, and the protection of social order, in close relationship with the goddess Cihuacoatl, deity of childbirth, war, and death. The role integrated political, cosmic, and moral dimensions that were fundamental for the balance in the whole capital of the empire. The Mesoamerican cosmovision was deeply influenced by the idea of cycles and dualities. This was reflected in the perception of the human body as a microcosm of the universe, and in the belief that waste, both material and symbolic, could be reintegrated into the cycle of life. For example, the remains of offerings were seen as a way of returning to the earth what had been taken from it, thus closing a cycle of reciprocity and balance. In contemporary indigenous civilizations in Mexico, there is a paradigmatic example of this reappraisal practices in the Comac civilization, also known as series, that are located mostly in the northwest part of the country, if you picture a map of Mexico, who they currently still celebrate rituals around the recovery of ancient objects, such as ceramic vessels, and the ceremonies not only seek to appease the spirits that inhabited the objects, but also reinforce the cultural identity and collective memory of the community. The case of a vessel recovered illustrates how an object considered waste can be transformed into a central element of social and spiritual life through rituals that re-signify the object and integrate it into the collective memory. The re-signification of waste is not exclusively to contemporary indigenous context. In archaeology, objects discarded by ancient society become valuable sources to reconstruct more accurately, I would say, the daily life and the beliefs of the technologies of the past. This process of putting into perspective has profound implications for conservation and cultural sustainability. Recognizing the symbol and material potential of waste, the possibility of building management and preservation strategies that integrate memory opens up, giving renewed light on how we understand identity and creativity in the sense of recycling, reuse, and minimizing of production of objects with a short useful life. In this sense, conservation becomes a dynamic process of reinterpretation and resignification, which allows finding a sustainable path in order to find balance. Just a brief comment on the series and their practices regarding waste. They do not have a waste management system, so it's very interesting when they go and recover part of a waste they live in, and they bring it back into the memory and the daily use. They do not consider anything around them as waste as we understand in our culture. So it's very interesting to see how everything has an agency in their point of view. In the pre-Hispanic period, the urban administration of Tenochtitlan was deeply intertwined with justice and order. The Cihuacuatl was responsible for dispensing justice and maintaining balance in the city. Crimes were metaphorically considered as garbage or excrement that polluted the city and threatened its harmony. Consequently, the act of dispensing justice was perceived as a process of purification, essential for restoring social and cosmic balance. Following the arrival of the Spaniards in the establishment of the Hispanic era, urban policies in the New Spain reflect a growing concern for public health and social order. By the 18th century, urban reforms encompassed measures such as the removal of waste from public thoroughfares and the establishment of domestic latrines and the regulation of market hygiene. These policies were designed to address both the enhancement of the quality of life and prevent diseases, thereby using social stability, looking for social stability. The historical sequence from the urban management of Tenochtitlan to the reforms during the colonial period, along with the extinction of the lakes in the territory as we know today, Mexico City, shaped the foundational structures upon which contemporary Mexican society and cities were built. It integrated layers of history that have now become part of a complex understanding of discarded elements and contemporary use, frequently reflecting potential uses rather than expected ones. The discard practices in this very complex layer of reality shaped and are shaped by the political, the social, and the environmental transformations. But if we move from this part of history core of one city to a much broader comparative model of the landscape of discard, the scale implications shift dramatically. In this slide, I introduced two contrasting yet connected images. One is an ancient waste deposit excavated by archaeologists, which is modest, bounded, culturally embedded, and you see the scale is just some meters long, deep. And
정도 소규모입니다.
And the sprawling expanse in the other image of the
그리고
Malagrota
경계가 분명하고
landfill,
문화적으로
one of the,
통합된
if
형태입니다.
not the
그리고 또
largest
다른
field
이미지는
of Europe in Rome,
유럽,
very close to the, just
외곽에
outside the city.
위치한 말라그로타로
What this
있습니다.
juxtaposition
한때
reveals
유럽
is
최대의
a fundamental
매립지였던
change, not
광대한
just in the
폐기물
volume but in material
공간입니다.
permanence,
이 두 가지의 이미지의
invisibility and
병치가
ecological
드러내는 것은
consequence.
폐기물의
In
양이
ancient context,
증가했고
waste
이를
was
넘어서
generally
물질의
organic,
지속성,
biodegradable or
비과실성,
reused.
생태적인 결과에 있어서
Deposits
근본적인
tells
변화가
us
있었다는
about
것을
life
보여주고
cycles, economic system, and the ritual practices.
그리고 우리의
Many
이제
of the
노래들도 이제
disposed
바뀌었고
materials are
또한
also inorganic as ceramics, and their permanence can go into a very different way of analysis. Today, sites like Malagrota reflect the logic of mass production, planned obsolescence, and unplanned waste management, or not management at all, where materials like plastic enter the landscape and not as temporary residues, but as durable signatures of our time. This is where contemporary archaeology, I think, meets also the environmental crisis. The materials we now discard, especially plastics, are no longer passive remains. They resist decay, they travel, they accumulate, they become ecological agents. As marine biology has pointed out recently, on the notion of the plastic patch in the ocean, in the Pacific, which sometimes we picture as a floating island, but it's actually a more dynamic phase. Once the plastic enters in the ocean, it becomes part of the ecosystem. Plastic ceases to belong to us. It is colonized by marine life, by other ways of life, and it is transformed into microhabitats. It becomes embedded in the natural cycles, but without being absorbed. It exists in a state of permanent residue. What these landscapes of waste reveal, whether archaeological or contemporary, is that discard is always meaningful. It is never neutral, and today the material record we are generating is not only evidence of how we live, it is a legacy being written into the earth itself and the other ways of life. I just want to present three graphs that you may have come across in other, because they're kind of popular, and the growth of plastic production since the mid-20th century, when it marked a turning point in material history of our world. From archaeological strata that once consisted primarily of organic or ceramic remains, we have moved into an era where plastics, synthetic, persistent, and global, are dominant. This shows an exponential increase, very dramatic. It's not just graphic terrorism, but you go into the scale, and it's available in our world in data, which I think is very accessible for larger audiences. Shows a very dramatic change, valuing disposability, convenience, and constant renewal. Somehow, if we take Schiffer cycle, gathering raw materials, heavy processing them, and having objects, plastic objects, for a very short period of time, it's more convenient than just washing a spoon. The projected plastic waste by disposal method in this graph also shows that despite the efforts of recycling and awareness, most plastic waste is still either landfilled or mismanaged. I find very interesting that some notions on landfill is that it is a category of, or equivalent sometimes to well-managed or managed waste, while there's a whole world of mismanaged or non-managed waste that we don't see, but it's somewhere there, and it's not in a landfill. Landfill is an interesting category. It's a limit, it's a boundary where the intention of waste is placed. So a lot of the report on how we are managing plastics and waste in recent years, it's very interesting how this distinction is made, because everyone reports on how these graphs are going and how landfills are consistently being the disposal mechanism of this waste. This suggests that the future record will not only contain evidence of past consumption, but of present negligence. Future archaeologists, if they are to study this era, will encounter a planet saturated with the byproducts of short-term priorities and a fragmented sense of material responsibility. The issue of plastic waste is not evenly distributed. The spatial disparity underscores a crucial point. Waste is also political. The geography of plastic pollution reflects global asymmetries in development, regulation, and environmental justice. In some places, waste becomes invisible. In others, it defines entire ecologies and livelihoods. From an archaeological perspective, this reinforces the idea that discard is never neutral. As I mentioned before, it carries traces of inequality, exploitation, and uneven exposure to risk. From antiquity to the present day, the history of discarding is also a history of changing values. As I mentioned, the case of silphium, that miraculous plant of the Mediterranean basin, offers a paradigmatic illustration, a material that embodied prosperity, medicinal wisdom, and cultural status, and it signaled the rupture of a cultural and symbolic relationship with nature. The story dialogues in the Mesoamerica worldviews were discarded like broken offerings, were not meaningless, but charged with symbolic and sacred power. And I wonder what will future archaeologists infer of these huge strata. So just to conclude, I think it's important to take this dialogue among professionals further, and so we can better understand our presence in this world and how our behaviors are changing collectively, since we are all connected more than ever. So thank you.
네, 발표 감사합니다.
Thank you for your
작년에도
presentation.
이어서 올해도 발표를 해주셨습니다.
Following last year, you gave us the wonderful presentation again this year. So this is the end of the morning session, and we will have a lunch break until 1 o'clock.
그 발표와 토론을 맡아주신 선생님들과 일반
So all the
참가자분들,
speakers
그리고
and the
연구원
panelists
HPCS
and the
참석자
staff and the
저희
ICCROM staff
행사장 왼쪽에
will have a
부분에
lunch
지금 식사를
in the
마련해
Ivy Hall,
놨고요.
right
연구원
next
내부
left
직원들께서는
side of the
외부에서
hall,
식사를
and the
해주셨습니다.
other people can
이렇게 많이
have a
오실지
lunch outside
모르고
because we
저
didn't
준비를
expect
하지
this
못했습니다.
big
정말
turnout, so
죄송합니다.
we couldn't prepare all the lunch for you. So I'm very sorry about that.
곧 오후 발표를 시작할 테.
Soon we will resume the afternoon session, so I'd like to ask all the participants outside to come in and be seated.
그럼 오후 발표를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Then we will start the
점심식사
afternoon
맛있게
session.
하셨나요?
Did you enjoy your
전체 다
lunch?
대접해드리고 싶었는데
I'm sorry,
오늘
we
많은 분들이
wish
오셔서 미처
We
식사를
want to
다
serve
대접하지
all
못했습니다. 정말
everyone,
다시 한번
but
죄송합니다.
our preparation
메뉴는
was
뭘로
not enough.
하셨나요?
Very
다음
sorry.
발표는
So
국내 조개무지에
I
대한
wonder what you
이야기인데요.
have for
메뉴로
lunch, and the
조개나
next
굴,
presentation
생선
is
등을
about the
드셨다면
Korean
흥미롭게
shell meat.
들으실
And
수
if
있을
you
것
have
같습니다.
eaten clams
두
or
번째
oyster or
주제발표로
fish, it will be very
조개무지,
interesting for you.
쓰레기,
So the
기업의
second
유산이라는
presentation
주제로
will be
부산대학교
about
유상태
the shell meetings,
교수님께서
forgotten waste and
발표해
legacy of
주시겠습니다. 박수로
memory,
맞이해
which
주시기
will be
바랍니다.
provided by Professor Im Sang-taek from Busan National University. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
잘 들리시나요?
Can you hear me
예,
well?
다시 한번
Okay,
인사드리겠습니다.
great.
방금 소개받은
Hello everyone.
부산대학교
As introduced, I am Im Sang-taek from the Busan National University, the Department of Archaeology.
예, 오늘 제가 말씀드릴 내용은 저희가
Today I want to talk about
가장 오래된 쓰레기라고 볼 수 있을
the
만큼
oldest garbage, which was confirmed by the archaeology, which is the shell midden.
아마 오전에 조금 이렇게 이론적인 내용 또는 개념적인
In this
내용도
morning, we talked about a principle or the theory of the archaeology, so it would be very difficult for you. But we have a lot of the general public here, so my presentation will be very plain and easy to understand. So you can fall asleep or you can listen to my presentation without any difficulties, I believe. Then let me start my presentation. Okay.
예, 조개무지라고 하는 것은
Shell midden.
나오고 있나요?
Can you see my slide?
이건 안 나오네요.
This prompter is not working. I'm sorry.
네, 알겠습니다. 예, 조개무지라고 하는 것은
So shell midden,
지금 여기 써놨는데요, 그죠? 영어로는
as
쉘
you see
미드,
here,
쉘 마운드라고 하고 우리나라에서도 한자로는
it is
폐총이라고
called
했습니다.
as a like shell mound too.
중국에서는 페이치우라고 해가지고
In
폐구,
Chinese,
아마
it's
영어의
called
쉘
the
마운드랑
폐치우,
비슷한 의미라고
which is
보거든요.
similar
이렇게
meaning
쓰이고
to the
있습니다.
shell mound in English.
잘 아시다시피 조개무지라는 게 조개를 캐서 껍질을 버려서 생긴
So shell midden
것이기
is a
때문에
place of
말
like
그대로
accumulated
쓰레기터라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
clam shells,
이것은 더불어서 조개 껍데기뿐만이
which is
아니고
the
다른
garbage. However,
당시의 생활 폐기물들이 다 같이
the other
들어가기
household
때문에
waste are also
고학에서
dumped
발견된
here.
다른 어떤 뭐 주거지도 있을 수 있고 무덤도
It
있을
could
수
be
있고 그런
a like
것들에
housing,
비해서
like a house. There are
가장
like facilities like
다양한
houses or
정보들을
the
얻을 수
graves,
있는
but compared to them,
유적이다.
shell
이렇게 볼
midden
수 있을 것 같습니다.
have a lot of
써놨습니다만,
diverse information.
옛날에 과거에 생어 뭘 먹고 살았는지
So we can check what
또는 특히 또
the ancient
환경이라든지
people
뒤에
ate
나오겠습니다만
and what
이
kind of
사람들의
environment they lived or
다양한
their
정보들을
worldviews.
안고
So all this
정보의
kind of
보고라고
various
할수 있겠습니다. 제가
information
오늘 말씀드릴 내용은
can be found
고고학적
from the shell midden.
반서들이 과거
So-
사회 구조나 세계관을 추적하는데 어떤
Today, I would like to examine how archaeological clues in shell-midden interpret the relationship between humans and environment and what implications they have in tracking the structure and the worldview in the previous societies.
인간과 환경의 관계를 해석하는데 조개무지가 어떤 도움을 줄 수 있는지. 마지막으로는 이제 현대 사회에서 어떻게 보존하고
we want to consider
관련된 간단한 얘기 정도까지.
how we can preserve
조개무지라고 하는 일종의 쓰레기터, 과거의
keep the value.
쓰레기터가 우리에게 얼마나 중요한 문화유산이 될 수 있는가
So,
이런 부분들에 대한 얘기를
it means that I would like to talk about like how important the shell-midden for our future. So there are two types of shell-midden. On the left side, this is like a narrowly thick Japanese
동경 근처에 있는 가장 최대
shell-midden around Tokyo. This is the like world's largest shell-midden, which is called the 가소리 shell-midden.
여기에는 마을이 동시에 존재합니다. 아래쪽에
There are also the village around the shell-midden.
여기 지금 왼쪽 그림에
So we
하늘색으로
can see
보이는
the deposition of the clams,
원형과 말구평으로 돼 있는데
and it has like a circle shape and also a horseshoe shape. Those are the old like shell-midden. So around the village there was the shell-midden like garbage landfills. And another type is the one formed inside the village. So those two are both the shell-midden, but the characteristics are different. So on the left side, we can find various like household waste together with the clamshells. But on the right side, this is like a short-term staying area to collect the shells. So this is away from the village, and then we cannot find that much various type of waste there. So, for example, you can see the various artifacts from the Dongsamdong shell-middens. So as you see here, you can see a lot of like earthenwares, like the red earthenware, which was used for the rituals, and the accessories, and also burned grains, like millets or rice, or also we can see a lot of like stone tools, various types of the artifacts. So next week, the Dongsamdong shell-midden will be excavated again, so I have a high expectation about various artifacts from there. And the right side, you can see the artifacts from the Gadong, Sugari shell-midden. So you can see the stark contrast of the artifacts coming out of the shell-midden near the village, shell-midden away from the village. This is the case for the Western shell-middens too. So there are not much like household waste because they stay there for a very short time just for collecting the clams. So in terms of just the waste, all the waste around the village needs the treatment because it has a bad odor and it is not good for hygiene. So they burn this area with the fire regularly. So we could see like ash deposition in between the old like clam shells deposition. And the right side is far away the village, so we cannot see those kind of deposition. So we have those like two types of the shell-midden. So of course, the people threw away the shells, so we can see what kind of shells they consumed back then. The weak point of the shell is a low recovery rate because, of course, the shells are the protein, source of the protein. However, compared to hunting or fishing, the volume is low and the cost of like treatment processing is high. So compared to the obtained volume, the processing requires
그리고
much
잘
higher
아시다시피 1년 내내 동일한
effort.
조개를 먹을 수 없는 경우들이 많아요.
And also,
굴 같은 게 우리가
the
좋아하는 굴
calories
같은 게
or the fat
여름에는
is
못
not
먹지
enough.
않습니까?
And also, they are scarce
따라서
during the summertime. So,
주식으로는 불가능한 식료입니다.
it cannot become a
찌를 제외하면
staple
대체로,
food.
이 주식이 되는 것은 심지어 포유류 같은 것들의 사냥에
So,
의해서 얻어지는 동물성 단백질도
except
아닙니다.
a certain
주식은 당연히
area,
식물성이 됩니다.
the staple food around the
우리나라
world
같으면
are the
도토리 같은
plant-based
거라든지 견과류들
resources like nuts or
근동이라든지
acorns.
남미라든지 이런 데 가면 농경
And also in the Latin America, where the agriculture started, the wheat, rice, or the millet, or the potato, corn became the staple food as the plant-based food. So the shell was not that attractive as the food source. However, in Korea, we have a lot of shell middens, which means that Korean people ate a lot of shells. So we have also the benefits of eating the shell. So first, anyone can catch clams. Also, the types are very various, easy to collect.
호랑이를 만약에 주식으로 삼았다면
Because if tiger or lion was a staple food, everybody would
다량으로 존재한다는
be
점으로
suffering from the
상당히
hunger.
위험도도 낮고
So
조치의 성공률이
the risk was low
100%겠죠, 그죠? 조개가 도망갈
and the
바에
success
얼마나 도망가?
rate was high.
예, 그런 점에서 굉장히 뭐랄까요? 주식은 되지 못하는
So
되게
it could
안정적인
not become a
식료원이 됩니다. 따라서 특히나
staple food,
우리나라
but
같이
it
사계절이
became
있으면서
a stable
겨울철에
source
먹을
of
것이 없는
food,
이런
especially in
상황,
Korea,
상황에서는
which
부족한
has a
시즌을
distinct
극복하는
four
큰
seasons.
도움이 되는
These shells
따라서
were very important
해충은
food source.
전 세계적으로 특히 해수면이 안정되고 난 신석기 시대 이후에
So after the Neolithic period, which had a stable level of the sea
실제로 우리나라에서
water,
나온
these
해충
shells
백군대에서
became
중요한
a very
해충들에서 나온
important
조개들의
food
구성을
sources.
살펴보면
So if
어떤
we
조개들을
look at the
먹었느냐
composition of
보겠습니다.
the
대표적인
shell
걸 이렇게
middens, we
그림으로
can
해놔서
see what
보실 수
kind of
있겠는데요.
shell
남해안에
was
대체로 다
consumed
남해안에
by
있는
Korean people.
해충인데
So those are the
안도,
shell
여서도 같은
middens
상대적으로
in
되게
the
이른
south
시기의
coast,
신석기
in like
시대에서
Ando or
보시면
Yeoso-do.
포합류가
The mussels
을 점하고 있죠, 그죠? 그리고
took
나머지 굴 뭐 이런
a
다른
bigger part
것들.
of
조금 시기가
this shell
내려오거나
midden.
이러면 이 파란색
But here you can see the blue area,
여러 가지 굴이,
blue chart
굴도
here,
있고,
which
여러 가지
means
굴이 어쨌든
oyster. So the oyster was also
의암 해충 같은 데
main
보면
type
거의 다
of the
굴이
shells,
압도적으로
like in the
이용되고 있습니다.
Uyam
서해안의
shell
경우도
midden.
대체로 90%
Also
이상이
in the
굴로 구성되어 있습니다. 그래서 우리나라 신석기 시대
west area,
조개는
oyster
거의 대부분
was
굴.
the main
나머지
shell type.
고등류 같은 것들은 되게 조금 나옵니다.
We also
왜
have
그러냐면
like a sea snails
그게 아까
here,
말한 처리 비용이
but
많이
the
훨씬
portion
많아요.
was not that high because the
그래서
processing
저도
costed a
저희
lot.
처갓집이 청주인데
My mother-in-law lives in
거기에
Cheongju area.
해장국 끓일 때 하는 조만한 다슬기
There is the
거기선
small,
다슬기를 안 하는데
like a marsh clams,
올갱이네 맞습니다. 충청도에서는
which is
올갱이라고
called like
저희
올갱이
장모님이 올갱이를
in
잡아서
Chungcheong
밤새
dialect.
까가지고
So she
다음날
catch them and she made it for me
처리 비용이 엄청
after
듭니다.
I drink a lot of alcohol.
근데
But that the
대체로 굴 같은 건
processing
다량으로 채취해서
costs a lot and
다량으로 한꺼번에
requires a
처리가
lot of
가능합니다.
effort.
그래서 굴을 압도적으로 많이
So the
이용했던 것
oyster was the
그래서
main source
먹거리로서의
in
어떤
the like
조개구이
west area
이것들은 뭐 이런 정도로
too.
정리할 수 있지 않을까 싶습니다. 제가 이번 발표를 준비하면서 저도 뭐 잘 몰랐습니다.
So while I'm preparing this
언제부터 인류가
presentation,
조개를
I didn't
본격적으로
know
또는
very
처음으로
well, but
이용했는가에
I
대한
tried
자료를
to
찾아봤는데요.
see
제가
from
찾아본
when
바에
the
의하면
people used
뭐 이런 정도입니다. 이거 더
shells,
올라가는
clams.
데가 있는지는 잘
So this is
모르겠습니다.
the information I
현재 제가
found.
확인한 바로는 맨 왼쪽에 보이는 거와
So on the far
16만 년
left,
전 정도 되니까 이건 줄기 구석기 시대
160,000 years ago,
남아프리카 공화국에 있는 피나클 포인트라는
at the Pinnacle Point 13B cave in South Africa,
층이가 보이고 있습니다.
was
저기
found,
있는 것들이 조개.
and it had like a shell
아래쪽엔
midden.
거기서 나온 이제 석기.
160,000 years
이런
ago.
석기들 중에
And we can also found like stonewares.
이 아래쪽에 보이는 이런 석기들은 소위
there.
루알루아 테크닉
And it had a Levallois technique, which was used by the Neanderthal people, which shows the very advanced techniques of making tools. So it had like the pokers and other like a stoneware. So we can trace back the ages of these artifacts. They already used this kind of stonewares to collect the shells. We could see the shells of the mussels and the abalone.
중간에 있는 것도 역시 다 비슷한 근처입니다. 남아프리카 공화국에 있는 이스터 폰테인.
And also, this is the Easter Fontaine or the Blumbos, which near from the South Africa. Along with the shells, we could see also the ostrich egg vessels and the accessories together with the shells. It was like a post-Paleolithic period artifacts. So we could see the use of the shells in that area. Also in Asia, we could find the Jerimalai limestone cave in the East Timor. And this is the fishing hook made of the shells. These people, or this area, we could see the of course, the fishes like tuna and the sea turtles. So they already started to catch the fishes in the faraway sea, maybe the early age of the Paleolithic in Asia. So they were doing a lot of this kind of maritime activities.
아시아 쪽으로 오면 현재로서
Coming to
연대상으로
the
가장
Asia,
연대 올라오는 것은 역시 일본에서 확인되고 있습니다. 일본의 조몬 시대의
we could
초창기나
see
조기 단계에 해당하는 12,000년에서 그 이후 시기까지
the typical examples in Japan, like a Torihama shell midden in the Fukui prefecture, which was formed in early Jomon period.
저 위에 이 책을 제가 찍었는데 조몽의 타임 캡슐 이렇게 써 있습니다.
So this book says like a Jomon's time capsule.
이렇게 올라가는 연대의 7기도 나왔고.
So we could have a lot of artifacts from here because this was preserved in the low humidity area, which became a very important treasure of the archaeology. And this is China.
3년 전에
This is Qingtaoshan in Jiangxing province.
현재 중국의 우리로 치면
This shell
서해안에
midden
있는
was formed about
연대가 가장 올라가는 총
8,300 years ago, which is like 1,000 years back from the oldest known data on Hemandu culture.
층위가 보이고 있는데요. 아래에는 거기서 출토된 대표적인
And
조음들입니다.
below that, we could see the artifacts. We have a lot of like sea snails, which is different from like oysters in Korea. And this is the Dongsamdong shell midden in Korea. And this is the lower part of the Dongsan shell midden. So the age is not that high, like in Europe or in China. The south coast area of Korea is like after 1,000 years ago. Climate perspectively, it was during the short-term like cold age. So around that time, in South area, South Coast or the East Coast was habited by people. So around that time, we could find some like shell middens.
지금부터는 조개 껍질 해총을 통해서 어떤
So from
정보를
now
우리가
on,
구체적으로 좀 알 수
I will
있는지에
talk
대해서
about what kind of information we can get from the shell midden.
해총은 조개 껍질로 이루어져 있기 때문에
Shell middens is composed of the seashells.
그 토양 퇴적층 자체가
Then
알칼리성
shell is composed of the calcium carbonate, which makes the sedimentary layer of the shell midden alkaline, which is advantageous for preserving the bones of the animals.
그러다 보니까 여기서 아주 많은 양의
So that is why the various bones can be found from the shell midden, and we can get a lot of information from it. So we looked at all the shells and the clams before, and here on the bottom area we can see the fish bones, which was found from the shell midden. So in the Neolithic area we could see a lot of bones of a sea bream, and also we can see the bones of shark.
고등어, 능성어 등등등등등.
And we have a lot of fish bones, like marlin,
요즘으로 치면 아주 다 비싼
sardine, yellowtail, cod or pike.
참돔, 돈발상어, 뭐 자바리.
A lot of expensive fish nowadays.
선사시대에 우리나라 남해안에 살았던.
So we had a lot of this kind of fish during the prehistoric age, and the prehistoric man caught those kind of fish. Of course, we can also find mammaline bones, the animal bones from the shell midden too. So in this red box, we can see the bones of a deer. The yellow is deer, and you can see the portion for each site, historic site. And we have a lot of deers, and also we have sea lions, which is distinct now. So as the sea mammals, we can see sea lions, and also we had dolphins. And also we can find the bones of dog. Maybe they ate some dog, or they were like a pet for the people, I think. Anyway, we can see they ate the mammalian animals during this area, and we can be identified from the shell midden. This is a late and the middle period. As you see here again, we can see a lot of the sea bream and the bust shark and tuna. Those were the main fish, and also we can see other types of fish too. And Sugari is located in inner bay area, so the fish are a little different. We can see a cod or other fish. So depending on the location of the shell midden, we can see different bones of fish. And in the late area, late period, we can see the animal, and the deer took a huge part of the composition. And also in the Sugari had a lot of bones of the wild boar. So depending on the ages and depending on the location, we can see the different animal bones, and it can be identified from the shell middens. We have a lot of shell middens in Korea. We can find this kind of information because we have a Amsadong historical site. We don't have any bones from the Amsadong site. So even though we have the huge historic site, but we cannot find out what they ate during the area. However, from the shell middens, we can find a lot of information. I told in the interview, just like King Crown from the Shilla Kingdom is not the number one treasure in our country. So through these kind of bones, we can see the composition and also the usage way. So we call a 21st century is the age of the archaeological analysis. We have a lot of analysis methodologies, and also in which is doing that. And I brought a lot of actual cases. If you look at these cases, all these analysis is exactly in the same context with the meetings. First is about like residual
우리 일반적으로 생각하면 기름기, 동물의
organic
기름기라고
matter analysis. So this is an analysis
그런
of the
성분들을
fat
분석을 해서
in the
저기 사진에 보이는 저런 류의 토기들
animals
내벽을 분석을 해서
and the old artifacts. So we check the
리피드라고 하는 지방성분을
inside
뽑아내서 이걸
of
통해서
the
어떤
vessel,
류의
and
동물이었을까
we try to find out the lipid
추론하는 거예요. 그런 분석을
so
통해서 나온
that we can
결과는
find
역시
out what kind of animals they
저 토기들은
ate.
어쨌든
So
중변이라고 하는
these
곳에서
earthenware
중변에서 나온
were
동해안에
excavated in the east coast area, in the Jukban area, and those were related to the maritime resources.
시사하는 바가 굉장히 큰 겁니다.
It
저런 토기들이
suggests
굉장히
a lot
연대가
of ideas because
일본의
this has
조몬
a very
시대에도
like early
우리나라의
ages
이른 연대
in the
신석기 토기도
Jomon
그렇고
period and all the
해양기원의
period
어떤
in
자료를
Korea.
이용하려고 하는 그런 쪽에 많이
These people try to use the maritime resources.
통해서 확인되고 있습니다.
So through the analysis, we could confirm those
이것도
kind
그런
of information.
이런 걸 통해서
And
봐도
this is another
멧돼지나
example.
사슴 또는 바다 포유류 같은 것들을 이용했던 것 같다.
Through
다른
this
누적을
residual
통해서도
organic
확인되고
matter
있습니다.
analysis, we could find out they
이건
ate
또 다른
the
분석인데요.
non-ruminant animal and the
탄소질소
ruminant animal
안정
too.
동위원소 분석.
And this is another
것을
analysis
주로는
called the
인공에
carbon
대해서
nitrogen
분석을
stable
물론
isotope
동물뼈도
analysis.
이렇게
So it
해서
can be used
결국은
for
그
the human
사람이
bones
주로
and the
어떤 것을
animal
먹었느냐
bones
일생
to
동안
find out what kind of
뼈에
food
자기가
they
먹은 것이
consumed
누적되어
during their lifetime, because that is inside their
그런
bones.
것을 이제 확인하는
So
방법입니다.
this
그런
is
것들이
a
우리나라의 신석기
analysis
유적에 여러 군데서
which shows
이루어졌습니다.
the
지금
information
보시면
about the
이런
Korean
안도부터
Neolithic
대중리까지
period.
등등의 유적에서 이루어졌고 지금 사진에
So
보시면
this analysis was done in like
남녀
Ando
합작무덤.
site, Gadokdo site, Depo, and other
보시면
area.
이게 이제 대조표라고 쉽게 생각하시면
So this
되겠습니다.
is the comparison table here,
이쪽이
and this
바다 포유류들이
shows
해당하는
like sea
영역입니다.
mammalians.
근데 안도의 인간과
And
동물뼈 인간
if we look at the human bones and the animal bones in
유사한
Ando,
지점에 떨어지고 있는 거죠.
it shows
다시
a
말하면
similar chart.
강치라든지 이런 애들이
Which
먹은 거랑
means
사람이 먹은 거랑 비슷하다
The
이거죠.
food for
시대에.
sea lion and
해양
food
자원을
for
굉장히
Korean,
많이
the people were
라는 걸
similar,
아시죠?
which
잡아봤던
means that
물고기라든지 조개라든지 이런
people
것들이 영향을
consumed a lot of
미쳤겠죠.
the maritime resources.
이거는 이제 여러 유적 거를 모아놓은 거긴 합니다만
And this is like
왼쪽 사진에
integrated
보이는 거 빨간색,
information
노란색,
of a lot
파란색이
of
있는 이게 다 각각 다른 유적의
sites.
일부입니다.
So those are
굉장히
all the
비슷한 곳에 한
bones
곳에
in the
집중돼서 모여 있는
different.
거예요. 전부 다
sites.
이런 소위 바닷사진.
So you can see like spots are like congregated together. Those are like sea
해안가에
lions.
있었던
So
인류들이 신석기 시대 인류들이 해양자
The
당연한
Neolithic
얘기죠, 그죠? 바닷가에
human
사는 사람들이 뭐 해산물 많이 먹고
beings lived around the coast area and that they ate a lot of
볼 수 있겠습니다.
the maritime resources. So and that could be
두 번째로는
confirmed through the
동물뼈
various
이용
analysis.
방식입니다. 뭐
Next
고고학자들이
is
전통적으로
about
해오는 방식이
the usage
합니다.
of the animal bones.
뼈라고 하는 것은 이런 다종다양한 유물들, 그러니까 도구죠. 도구를 만드는 데 사용됩니다.
So bones were
낚시바늘,
used to make a tool,
또는 작살,
like the fishing
낚시바늘이나
needles
작살
or a fishing hook.
이런 것들이죠. 그리고 이 낚시바늘이나 작살 우리나라에서는 주로 사슴뼈,
And these
사슴의
kind of fishing tools were made from
중족골이라고 하는
the bones of
반듯한
deer,
뼈가 있는
like
거죠.
metacarpal
이
bones
마지막
and the
사진에서 맨 오른쪽에
metatarsal
보이는
bone
것들이
of the
반듯한
deers.
뼈입니다. 이런 뼈들을
Very
쪼개서
straight bone of deer
도구를 만듭니다. 그런데
were
그런데
used to make various
좋지 않은
like fishing
휘어져
hooks and
있다거나
needles.
두껍다거나
But if
이런
it
사직뼈들을
is like
부러뜨려서 골수를
not available or not
파쇄하는
suitable for the making tools, they intentionally
따라서
amputated
이런
it
이제
to
동물뼈를
ingest the
관찰하면
bone marrow.
무엇을
So if
어떤
you
동물을
look at the
먹었다뿐만이
bones of
아니고
animal,
그것들을
you can
어떤
see what kind
방식으로
of
사용했는가
animal they eat,
까지도
and also
자세히
like
알 수 있게
what kind of
되는
tool
것이죠.
they made from the animal bones.
이건 뭐 좀 특수한 사례이긴 합니다만
This is very unique
벌써 나온 지 꽤 됐네요.
example.
부산의 황성동이라고 하는 유적에서
And this
사진에
is the
보시다시피
evidence
저 고래의
excavated
척추뼈입니다.
in the ruins of the
고래의
Hwangseongdong
척추뼈에
in Ulsan.
이
This
부분에
is the
이렇게
bones
생긴
of
뼈로 만든
whales
작살이 박혀 있는 상태로 출토가
And
된 바가
this
있습니다.
bone had a
그
like
밑에 사진은 고래의 견갑골인데요. 역시
harpoons
마찬가지로
in the shoulder
뼈로 하는 작살이
blades
박혀
of the whale.
확인이 됐습니다. 여기 있는 것은 동삼동에서 나온 고래의 척추뼈와 갈비뼈입니다.
And this is a
아래쪽에 보이는 것은
the
창녕의
backbone
비봉리라는
and the
곳에서
rib
나온
bones of the whales in 동삼동.
와
And
노입니다. 노.
this is raw
다시 말하면 우리나라 신석기 시대 사람들이 이런
from
배와 노를 가지고 이런
and the
고래들을
ore and the
사냥했다.
boat.
라는 증거로 이해될 수 있을 만한
And with
것이죠.
this kind of evidence, we can find
유명한
out that they
최근에
hunt the sea animals.
세계유산이 된 반구대 암각화의 유명한 고래
And
그림들
also
그리고
the various
고래를
animal
사냥하는 저런
paintings,
장면.
like a whale paintings
아래의
from
사진은
the Banggude
지금
rock
동남아 앞쪽에서
carvings
실제로
could be
고래를 사냥해서
confirmed.
그것을 어부로 삼고 있는 사람들이 고래를 잡는
The legacy
전통적인
of the Neolithic
방식을 보여주고
period.
있는데요. 이 장면의 현대판이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 그렇죠?
And
이런 작업들을 통해서 저런
this
것들이
picture
남겨지는
shows the historic paintings from the Neolithic period.
그리고 또 한 가지 중요한 것은 포획 시기와 관련된 겁니다.
Another
동물을
important
언제
information
잡았느냐.
from the shell maiden
고고학에서
is
계절성 분석이라고
that we can
시즈널리티라 하는데요.
obtain
이런
information
다종다양한
on the
방법을 쓸수
capture
있습니다.
period of the animal
조개의 성장선,
through the shell
가지고
growth
다니시고,
line analysis
심지어 가운데에 보이는 것 같이 어류의 비늘에도
and
성장선,
also the fish scale growth line analysis.
생기게 되는데요. 이것들을 통해서 그 폐류의 채집 시기를
shows
추론하는
the
것이죠.
seasons
그런 분석
of
결과들에
collecting
의하면
the
굴이라든지 바지락
shells,
같은 것은
like
가을에서 봄, 즉
oysters
겨울을
and
중심으로
the
해서
white clams
앞뒤로
were
주로 많이
collected
채집된다.
from fall to
라는
winter.
것을 알 수 있는 것이죠. 어류의 경우에는 참돔은
And
어류는 전혀 다르죠.
also,
여름, 가을
like
이렇게
through the fish scale growth line analysis, we
그리고
can
물론
see the red
이거는 이제
snapper
좀더
was
간접적이긴
caught
합니다만
in the fall.
포유류, 육상 포유류 같은 경우는
It is also possible
연령을
to
추정하고
infer
출산
hunting
시기를 추정하면
seasons
대체로 언제
from
사는지
estimating the
알
age
수
of the
있습니다.
mammals
사슴이
and the
5월 달에
production
주로
period.
출산을 하는데
The deer
확인된 것이 1년생
give
사슴이라고
birth
그러고
to a
5월 달에
baby in
잡았죠.
like a May.
이런 정도로
So
추정할
if
수
we
있는
can
이런
infer
작업들
the
굉장히 지난한
the breeding
작업입니다만
seasons
이런 작업들이 합쳐지면
of the animals.
죄송합니다만
So
우리나라의 자료는 아니고 그림은 아니고
So this is not
일본 조선 시대
the Korean picture. This is the
우리나라도 이런
drawings from
그림들이 이렇게
the
있습니다.
Japanese Jomon era.
이 정도 수준까지는 안
We
됩니다.
have such kind of a picture, but it's not advanced yet. I'm sorry to say this, but
하여튼 아직 좀 그렇습니다. 그래서
we are not
좀 더
like
멋진 그림이
reaching the level
완성되기를
of
기대하고
this
있는데
picture,
이런
and we are
그림을 그릴 수
expecting
있습니다.
to
봄, 여름, 가을,
have
겨울에
a
사람들이
better
주로 어떤
picture
활동을
now.
했는지
But through this
일련의
kind of picture, we
스케줄을
can
동원해낼 수
see
있는
that what kind of activities they
이런
did
작업에
during the whole
동물고고학,
like different
식물고고학자,
seasons. So like
분석고고학자 이런
plant
사람들이
scholars
필요한데
and the
우리나라에는
archaeological
아주 부족한 것이죠.
like food scholars are all needed to have this kind of picture,
이런
but
성격
we don't
추론은
have enough number of
간단히
those
넘어가겠습니다.
the scholars, I think.
그리고 조개무지는 왼쪽에 있는 것은 사실은 서해안에 있는 연평도에 있는 것은 엄청
And
사람하고
here,
대비해 보면
the left side is the
그래서 연구원에서 예전에
Yeongpyeong Moido
조사했던
shell
것입니다만
maidens.
저런 정도로 지형을 바꿀 정도로 오랜 기간에 걸쳐서 폐총이 형성됩니다.
Which shows
동삼동은
the long
신석기의
period of time
조기부터
of
만기까지
creation of the shell
전 시기 동안
maiden.
수천 년에 걸쳐서
So it
형성됩니다.
goes through a lot
이걸
of different like a change
고고학에서
of
일단
a
1차적으로 가장 중요한
ground.
시간의 흐름들을
So we can
폐총을
see the
통해서 하는 게
sequential
또 하나의
chronicles
폐총의
of a
중요한
chronology of
장점이
the
되겠습니다.
the
우리나라는
land. So
이렇게
because
여러
it
층을
shows that all
한꺼번에
the different
수직적으로
layers of
가진
depositions.
폐총을 제외하면 사실상 거의 없습니다.
In Korea,
그래서 그런
we
면에서도
can find
폐총이
this kind of
굉장히 좋은
layers of deposition only in the shell maiden. So shell
그리고
maiden is
아까 제가 환경
very
얘기를
important
했는데요.
treasure for the
환경.
information. Also, I talked
환경 변화가
about the
기록된
issue of the environment.
이 유명한
This shell maiden
창녕의 비봉리
has
빨간
the
점이
information
있는
about the
곳이
environment.
현재 그
This
비봉리
is
유적의
the
위치입니다.
비봉리
이
in
낙동강인데요.
Changyeong.
지금 여기 낙동강
Around the
삼각주에서부터
낙동강
한참 수십
River.
킬로를 올라가야 있는
This is
곳인데
a
이곳에서
several
기수성, 즉 바닷물의 영향을 받는
like dozens kilometers away from the Nakdong River estuaries, but we can find a lot of information about all the seaweed, which means that the seawater affect
뭔가 많은
this
형성했다
inland.
이런 것을 알 수 있는 자료들입니다. 우리나라에서는 현재로는 발굴 조사는 이 비봉이 한 곳만 됐고 여기서 통나무 배가 나와서 사정이
So we could find the wooden boat here. We found the wooden boat here, so the excavation stopped
당시
now. But
해안선을 유추하는데
so we
좋은 자료가
can
되는 것이죠.
infer the coastline back
일본의
then.
경우도 똑같습니다. 이건 일본의
This is
간도
same
지역,
for the
즉 도쿄가
Japanese
있는
area. This is a Kanto area around
현재
Tokyo.
도쿄만은 이런 정도.
So Tokyo Bay
과거에
is look
폐총에
like
점을
this,
찍어보면
but
이렇습니다.
if we make a
엄청나게
spot
바닷물이 밀고 들어갔다.
with the shell middens, we can see
이런
the
자료들이 폐총을 통해서 얻을 수 있는
water ingressed a
자료들이라고
lot
했습니다.
into the inland.
시간이 없어서 막 달리고
I
있습니다.
don't have enough time, so I'm
마지막으로
going
폐총이
very
단순히
fast.
쓰레기가 아니다라는
So
것을 결정적으로
lastly,
보여줄 만한
the one evidence that the shell midden is not just
무덤에는
a
신석기
simple
무덤
dump,
우리나라의 신석기 무덤 크게 보면 왼쪽에 있는
because the shell
것과 같이
midden has all the graves.
무덤이 많은 공동묘지 같은 게 있고
So
오른쪽에처럼 한두 기 정도만 확인되는
we
소규모의
have
무덤이
like a
근데 이
cemeteries,
한두 기만
the
확인된 이 소규모의
massive
무덤들이
graves
현재까지는 다
in
폐총을
one
해서
area, but also there are
그
like
저는
the types of
도대체 왜 폐총에다가
the small scale
무덤을
tombs.
썼을까?
But these
라는
kind of small
생각을
scale
하게
tombs
됐고,
ruins are found in
이거를
the
어떻게
shell
해석해야 될
middens.
것이냐?
And we try to interpret
했을 때
this
결론적으로
why
말씀을
there
드리면
are graves inside the
사람들은
shell middens. So in conclusion, we
바다와 관련된 해양 어로 도구들인데요.
found that
대부분 그렇죠. 저기 있는 것들이 무덤들입니다.
we could find a lot of like
이
fishing tools and a
무덤을
boat
썼던
from
사람들은
these
전부 이렇게
shell
바다에
middens
적응했던 사람들.
because those people
바다에
were
적응이라고 하는
adapt to
것은
the sea
우리나라에서 아까
back
말한
then.
동삼동 같은
That
8,000년
means
전 이후에
that
처음으로 사람들의 생활이 바뀐 겁니다.
in like
바다라고 하는
8,000
새로운
years ago, the
무대와
people's
본인들 연결시켜야
lifestyle
돼요.
changed.
가장 좋은 게 저는 무덤이라고 생각합니다.
I believe that we
무덤은
can find out those kind of information, find out this kind of information from the graves because people visit regularly the graves of ancestors and like do the storytelling about the deceased, and they try to
중요한 의미를 가진
memorize
이런 식으로
that
본인들과
grave
그 장소
area,
어떤 섬이라든지 이런 데를 연결시킵니다.
so that they can connect themselves to the graves in the island or the graves around the shore. So they had graves in the shell midden, but they were not like just like the public cemetery or something like that. But
간단하게 하면서 마치도록 하겠습니다.
I want to
현재 우리나라에서 조개무지
summarize
600여
my
곳 남아 있고
presentation now.
다도해로 되어 있는 서해안, 남해안
Currently,
곳에서 대부분 발견됩니다.
about like
실성
600
기타층이
shell
가장
middens
많고요.
have been identified on
고려조선이 가장
Korean
우선입니다.
peninsula.
제가 저기 처참한
Neolithic period is the most
수준이라고
common, and
지금
followed by
말씀드린
the
것과
Saman and
굉장히
Three Kingdom
다른
period.
어떤 뭐 주거지라든지 무덤이라든지 이런 것들에 비해서
Compared
훨씬
to
더 다양한
other
정보를
historic sites, the shell midden have a lot of information. However, the level of status is disastrous compared to its value. So there are like 50 Neolithic shell midden sites and like 40 shell middens from the Saman and Three Kingdom period, but only 9 sites was designated as a national or local historic site. And even after the formal investigation, most of them disappear. So most are like have the form of the museum.
다른 어떤 유적들에 비해서 상당한 정보를 제공함에도 불구하고 인식의 문제, 그것은
has a like
일반인의
exhibition
인식도
hall.
있지만
So
문화재 쪽, 문화유산
I believe
쪽을 업으로 삼는 사람들의 인식도 제가 보기엔 그렇게 높지 않다.
we have to strengthen the awareness about the shell midden, not just for the general public, but also for all the related people in the heritage services. So recently, the Korea Heritage Service has moved away from existing protection policy
영향을 미치기를 바라고 있습니다.
to more
그래서
active
다 할 수는
and
없습니다만
comprehensive protection
소위
system
우리가
for the
요즘에
undesignated
문화유산의
cultural
활용이라는
heritages and the future heritages.
강요하는
So
문화유산으로서 어떻게 이 조개무지를 접근할 것이냐.
we have to approach the shell
예전에
middens
제
as
연계도라는
a
곳에서 제가 발굴을 실제로 좀 폐총에서 했었는데
the shared
가족여행으로
or
2020년도에
the enjoyable
석사 때하고 20년도에 가족여행을
historic
했었는데
site.
연대도는 무덤이 많이 나온 신석기 시대에서 굉장히 유명한
We could see in this chronicle, like a map, we can see a lot of
여기는
graves,
제 알기로
but the
사적인가요? 무슨 시도기념물로 지정돼 있습니다. 있는데도 지금은 뭐 나아졌는지
and
모르겠는데
this
제가 가보고 깜짝 놀랐는데 저렇게
Yeondae
방치돼
Island
있습니다.
sea
지정된 것도
shell
적었습니다.
middens were designated, but
물론 여기는 오이도인데
still
오이도는 뭐
not
사적으로 지정되고 뭐다 공원이 돼
managed
있어서
well.
적극적으로 활용이 되고 있습니다. 모든 폐총은 당연히
And
이렇게
here,
할 수 없겠고요.
on the right
그중에
side, this is
몇
very
분
good
이렇게
example
나눠놨습니다만
of a
각각의 처해진 환경에
the
따라서
historic site, but
조개무지들을
depending
적극적으로 활용할 수
on
있는 정책들을 우리가
its
도출해내고
conditions, we have to find out how we
지켜야
can
된다, 지켜야
preserve
된다라는 원론입니다.
the shell
실제로
midden
일반
site.
시민사회와 국민들과 같이
Together
활용되고
with the
보존될 수 있지
general
않을까.
public,
그런
we have to
생각을
make an effort
기상으로
to
해서
preserve and conserve
이거는 뭐
our
마지막 결론에 해당하는
like
부분이라
historic treasure
제가
of shell
요즘 유행하는
middens.
챗GPT를 통해서
So
마지막에
using the ChatGPT,
동삼동에 조개 가면을 가지고 놀고 있는 미래의
I
어린아이들
gave the
그려달라
prompt to
했더니
the
이렇게
AI to show me the children playing with the shells,
미래를 위해서
clam
이
shells.
쓰레기터의 가치를
So
부여해야 되지 않을까.
we have to
생각을
provide the
하게
value
됐습니다.
to the shell midden for our better
이상으로
future.
발표를 마치겠습니다.
So this is all
참고로
from my side.
제가 지금 부산대 박물관장을
And
하고 있는데
I am
저희
the
부산대
museum
박물관
director
캐릭터
of the Busan National University. This is
오리처럼
a
보이지만
mascot
독수리.
and the character of
감사합니다.
the Busan National Museum, University Museum. This is a
네,
the
발표
eagle
감사합니다.
wearing
중간에
the dark
더우셨을
cloth.
텐데 그
Thank you
오늘
very much for
학술대회
your
열기가
presentation.
너무 뜨거워서
I believe that all the
차단기가 잠깐
publics are
내려갔었습니다.
all the passionate. That's why maybe the breaker was shut down. So the air conditioning is not working very well. So I hope you can use the fan we provided. I hope.
다음은
Next up, we are going to hear a presentation titled Monte Testino From Dump to Monument, an image of power and abundance. The speaker is Professor Pablo Oscaris Gil from Rey Juan Carlos University in Spain.
안녕하세요. Good afternoon, everyone.
안녕하십니까, 여러분.
And first and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of the 2025 International Conference on World Archaeology for inviting us to participate in this prestigious event. I also want to extend my gratitude to the Korea Heritage Service, the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage, and ICCROM for their support and excellent organization of this conference. Before I begin, I would like to make a special mention of Dr. José Remesal, my esteemed teacher and co-author of this work. Regrettably, he is unable to join us today due to medical reasons, but his invaluable knowledge and dedication has been fundamental for the realization of this research. In ancient Rome, a way to show a household's power and wealth was through mosaic floors. In some cases, this depicted the remains of the legacies from land or sea. This is a detail of the mosaic located on the floor of a triclinium, a dining room. with remains of flour thrown away, remains of seafood, small bones, shells, and a mouse approaching a walnut. And all of this is rendered in the most realistic way. Observe how the shadows of the objects have been depicted to enhance the sense of realism. Real and fictional food remains become almost indistinguishable. Recycling was a common practice in the ancient world, especially for objects made of clay. Vessels of all kinds were used and reused in many ways. For instance, amphorae were repurposed as funerary urns for local storage of different products. However, one site shows a unique case of ceramic material not being recycled. This material ultimately formed a mound in Rome itself, Mount Testaccio. This artificial hill, almost triangular, could be called the eighth hill of Rome. It is located between the Aventine Hill and the Tiber River. Here, more in the north, and in the other side of the river is the central offices of ICCROM. Its height is about 50 meters. Its perimeter around 1,500 meters, and its surface area approximately 22,000 square meters. Many theories tried to explain this strange mound, made only of ceramic remains, about 25 million amphorae. One theory was close to the truth. It was believed that Testaccio stored amphorae that brought tribute from the provinces to Rome, the empire's capital. This is why Testaccio was called Mons Omnium Terrarum, that is, the mound from all lands. However, this idea, meant to show Rome's power, was somewhat mistaken. The amphorae were not from all parts of the empire. They came specifically from one province, Baetica, in southern Spain, and held only one product, olive oil. Baetican amphorae, called Dressel 20, I'm going to try to use this one. This is a typical Dressel 20 amphorae. In the Roman Empire, it's some things are like in our days. If I show you today a bottle of Coke, Coca-Cola, and I erase the name Coca-Cola, you will all know that it's a Coke bottle, just by the shape. Well, a Roman from the 2nd century AD would see this amphora, and he said, oh, okay, olive oil from Baetica. It's probably the ugliest amphora from all kinds, but it's very easy to identify. Well, this type of amphorae make up about the 85% of the material found there in the Monte Testaccio. The other 15% is mostly olive oil amphorae from African provinces. Those two are African olive oil amphorae. And a small part from the Eastern Empire, like this one here, but very, very, very few. Unlike amphorae from other products, those from olive oil were not usually washed and reused. This was because even a little oily residue remaining and spoiling would quickly contaminate any new oil introduced there. Therefore, Testaccio was Rome's dump for oil amphorae. In the late 19th century, studies by Luigi Bruzza and Heinrich Dressel at Testatio and George Bonsor in Vetica confirmed the amphorae's Baetican origin. Dressel 20 amphorae were made near the Guadalquivir and Genil rivers. We know of about 100 pottery workshops there across 3 of the province's 4 conventus juridici. Okay. This is today's Spain. This in red is the province of Baetica, and this is the Guadalquivir River. This is Seville, and this is Cordoba, and in between we have controlled more than 100 workshops of this kind of amphorae. From there, they were filled and exported across the Roman Empire and even farther, with examples found as far as India. But without doubt, the most important destination for this amphora type was Rome and the Mount Testaccio dump. Several things happened here in the Mount that are very unusual to other sites. The oil clinging to the porous amphora walls would rot. The oil, with the time, would rot. And it would stink. The smell would be awful. This forced local authorities to pour lime over the deposited remains. This lime miraculously protected the painted inscriptions, or tituli picti, which were like our modern labels. They contained information about the product, the weight, the origin, transport, and fiscal control, including the consular date. This is the most important thing, the year. Because of this, and because the material was unloaded in an orderly way, Mount Testaccio can be seen as the Roman Empire's best economic archive. Only here do we have such rich serial data covering almost 3 centuries. Next, we will look at the type of inscriptions found on this amphorae. In Roman society, administrative control and writing were essential for any production process. The Dressel 20 amphorae from Testaccio have up to 3 types of inscriptions. The most visible inscriptions, the most visible ones, and we can see them in the Mount, even in Baetica, in the Figilini or the workshops, were the stamps. These stamps were impressed with a dye or matrix onto the still wet clay. These are mainly found on the handle. This is the handle of the amphora, and here usually goes the stamp. Sometimes they include toponyms or place names, referring to the pottery workshop. But most commonly, they contain the initials of the Roman 3 names. Romans had always 3 names, so these were the initials, like this one here, which is PNN. Publius Nonius, and whatever cognomen with this, that begins with an N. The purpose of stamps with these names has been much debated. Dressel thought they were the name of the workshop owner or manager. However, we believe they refer to the owner of the olive oil when the amphorae were filled. The second type of inscription are the tituli picti. An official painted this at the time the amphorae were filled and inspected. This formula has 4 main parts. Dressel named them using the first 4 Greek names: alpha, beta, gamma, and this one, delta. This one is another kind of inscription, but it doesn't appear very often. The first four inscriptions, these four inscriptions, the first three were vertical. One located on the other. The alpha, this one is 91, showed the tear or empty weight of the vessel. Beta was the name of one or more individuals in the genitive case. In this case, this is Luci Antoni Epaphroditi, the one. Luci Antoni Epaphroditi is a typical name of a servant that probably has become a freedman, and after they became freedmen, they invested on business, and they became rich. So they started sending products to other places. But this beta, these names, it is debated whether they identify mercatores, negociatores, naviculari, or diffusores olearii. That is, different types of merchants and businessmen in charge of arranging the transport to its destination. Gamma, another number, was the net content of the amphora. Delta, this one, was to the right of these three inscriptions next to the handle. It had multiple lines of text and is the inscription that provides the richest body of information. In short, the delta titulus pictus formula means checked in this fiscal district, contains this quantity of oil, inspection carried out at this post number by this employee of this man in charge in this exact year. The last group of inscriptions are the graffiti. These were incised before firing, mainly on the lower part of the amphora, and provide much information about the workshop's organization and the potter's squad-based work. So Testatio gives us rich serial data with exact dates. This is a unique situation in Roman history and archaeology. In the late Republic, the state introduced the first policies aimed at offering the well-known bread and circuses to Rome's population. The cura annonae was the institution for the city's food supply. Initially, it only provided grain at a reduced price to Roman citizens in the city. Julius Caesar knew Pompey had become popular managing this institution. So, during his triumph, Caesar distributed not only wheat, but also olive oil. Augustus had to manage Rome's supply as part of his inheritance from his adoptive father, Caesar. He kept oil as a subsidized food. However, this was not the case for wine. The wine trade was very profitable and was controlled by powerful senatorial families. Augustus limited the political power of these families, but not their economic influence. From this time on, emperors had two main goals during their rule: to make sure all Roman inhabitants had enough food, and to supply the army efficiently. These goals were so important that an emperor's standing depended on achieving them. Dressel believed that dumping activities at Testatio began exactly during Augustus' time. This was when many oil amphorae started arriving in Rome's port area. This is the Monte Stachio, and these are the aurea, or warehouses of where the amphora stood until the olive oil was taken out, so the amphora had to be thrown here in the dump. Dr. Remesal links the creation of the mound with the creation of the Prefectura Annonae, but he does not exclude it dating back to Caesar's time. Antonio Aguilera places the date even earlier, to 74 before Christ, during Marcus Seius' aedileship. Later, Emperor Claudius gave social privileges to those who transported food to the city. Vespasian then reorganized the empire, creating economic links between provinces. For example, Gallia and Hispania supplied the borders of Britannia and Germania. Under Emperor Hadrian, suppliers got important tax exemptions. A key moment was Septimius Severus's confiscation of properties in Baetica, highlighting economic and political tensions over Rome's food supply. The Annona continued to bring material to Rome and Testaccio until the mid-3rd century AD, during Emperor Gallienus's reign. The mound was then included within the Aurelian walls a few years later, between AD 271 and 275. This definitely ended its use as an active dump for oil amphorae. Nobody wants an active dump that stinks inside its city walls. Well, the mound was built carefully and in an organized way. This shows that the Roman administration cared about clearly providing the city with a basic product of the Mediterranean diet. So, understanding its formation is vital to get as much information as possible from the inscriptions found there. In the second half of the 19th century, researchers began to study Testaccio academically. Gaumond incorrectly thought the materials were late, and Reiferscheid believed they came from the empire's western provinces in general. Bruzza, like Nardini earlier, stated they were Vatican. However, the detailed study program for Testaccio's material came from the young Heinrich Dressel after his return to Rome from Berlin. Dressel believed that collecting stamps was not enough. Two main questions needed answers: the mound's chronology and its formation method. To study this, he set up a modern system. He divided the mound into sectors. Here you can see all these sectors, noting where its fragment he found was located. Its sector, the height on the slope, and if it was in situ or moved. This helped him see that certain stamps usually appeared in the same spots. In 1873, a storm hit him on the mound. As fragments became wet, he found the painted inscriptions. This is something that I have experienced in myself. After the first times excavating in the mound, nobody sees a titulus pictus or a painted inscription in the fragments that are on the floor. But it begins to rain, and many of the fragments, you begin to see the writings on the fragments on the floor. So it's really exciting experience. Well, he wisely noticed that most stamps and painting descriptions were of one type of amphora, which he called a spheroidal amphorae, and numbered 20. He also found the African amphorae, on which he found very few stamps and no tituli picti. In 1881, Dressel and Bruzza oversaw archaeological probes on the mound. The finds confirmed that the mound formed over time. Its surface materials were dated between AD 140 and 257. Then he thought that the mound must have started forming at the empire's beginning. Dressel saw that damping happened in different places over different periods. The titulis dates helped pinpoint these periods. His skill in reading the tituli clearly showed this was a result of Hispanic trade. This opened up a new field of study on Roman commerce's administration, processes, and dynamics, something not possible before. Almost a century later, Rodriguez Almeida continued surveys on the mound. A key discovery was finding some beta tituli picti named Septimius Severus and his sons. These were immediately connected to the confiscations mentioned earlier. By analyzing Dressel's data and his own, Rodriguez Almeida concluded that Testatio formed using two platforms. He called the first the primary platform, or primigenia. This one began in Augustus' time and was used until the mid-2nd century AD. After that, a second platform, called adiecta, or attached, was built west to the primary one. This developed from the mid-2nd century AD until the Severan period. Rodriguez Almeida also deeply studied the warehouse area around Testatio, and Aguilera later continued this work. While Dressel was focused on Testatio, Bonsor and Clark Maxwell found the pottery workshops in Baetica, where the Testatio amphorae were made. Ponsic resumed surveys in Andalusia when Rodriguez Almeida was beginning his studies at Testatio. Therefore, the research carried out at the place of origin and at the place of destination of the amphorae had been developed separately and with almost no contact between them. Dr. Remesal, co-author of this text, worked for the first time with Rodriguez Almeida in Rome and Ponsic in Baetica. This greatly improved research on olive oil and its containers, covering the whole production and distribution process. This work helped him create new ideas and organize several conferences and studies on how Dressel 20 amphorae were distributed to the military garrisons along the border. This was a first step towards excavating Mount Testatio itself. Dressel had published little about his 1881 excavation process, and no more formal excavations happened after that. So, by the late 20th century, an organized plan was needed. Its goal was to study the deposition areas and make Dressel's chronologies more precise. The project had also two other goals: to get more documentation and to find new dates and details about how the mound formed. Since 1889, the CEIPAC research group from the University of Barcelona has carried out archaeological excavations at Testatio. Sorry, this one. These were directed by Doctors Blázquez and Remesal. The Spanish Royal Academy of History sponsored them, and many research projects provided fundings. Each year, using the dates from the tituli, we selected different key locations for excavation. These are the different places where we have done excavations, specifically where we were interested to know limits, especially limits from moments of dumping. Also, in the CEPAC group, we created a database of amphoric epigraphy. Their goal was to collect as many inscriptions as possible in this area. Currently, this database has over 54,000 records, and from all the Roman Empire, which is almost 1 million data points. It is publicly available online through the CEPAC group's website and the IPNet project. The excavations, the work on the database, and the research that followed have given many important results. Here, I present a summary of the most notable findings about the Mount's formation, development, and its connection with the surrounding area. An early result of the excavations confirmed Emilio Rodríguez Almeida's idea that two platforms existed. The point where these two platforms met was found on the upper plane. Also, a wall made of Vatican oil amphorae was discovered, which led to a new theory about the formation process. It was concluded that Testatio did not form as two continuous platforms, as Rodríguez Almeida has thought. Immediately, instead, it formed by adding smaller platforms as needed. Therefore, materials from the same time period are found in different places on the mount at a different height above sea level. Finally, it is clear that unlike Rodríguez Almeida's two platforms, a third one existed. So we would have here a big platform. This one is the one that Emilio Rodríguez Almeida thought that it was a small part, but we think that it's almost a new platform. And here, in total, we find at least 4 different platforms. So the formation of the mount it's we don't know for sure how it was, but as we keep on researching, we found more details. Well, this platform that Emilio Rodríguez Almeida didn't identify as that was probably destroyed in recent centuries by the Ludi Testacei celebrations, some fests that took place there. Also probably by the Vatican artillery practice in the area, or by work to improve access to that part of the hill. Also, thanks to excavations between 1995 to 1997, it has been suggested that Rodríguez Almeida's supposed primary platform might actually be made of 2 separate platforms. The presence of a mid-2nd century AD wall with a slope contrary to those previously found support this idea. In general, it has been confirmed that the mound was built in a very organized way. Several excavations have found dumping areas marked by walls made of amphorae. This is a fragment of a retaining wall made with amphorae from the Testatio excavation. A line of Vatican oil amphorae would be set up. Their bases were broken and filled with fragments from other amphorae to make them heavier. This allowed them to hold back the pressure of new material dumped behind the line. Another higher line of amphory would be set up, and this system was repeated, forming a sloped wall of about 45 degrees. In this way, the statue grew up as a stepped pyramid. In this diagram, we can see that in 179, they begin creating this platform. It's a platform made in 1 year. They filled this space, and after this, they go to dump in another place. In 2011, they come here, and they begin creating a wall in this place. They finish in 2021. Then they continue filling in another place, and in 2028, they come and they fill this space from 2028 to 2030. How do we know this exact chronology? Thanks to the Tutulipicti that tells us the year by year. Well, specifically, the geological studies done at the Testatio by the CEIPAC Group's project has given other very interesting conclusions. First, the mount's initial core is less dense than the rest. This suggests that the first peeling was less careful than the later on. On the mount's surface, 1 cubic meter of excavation in mid-2nd century AD levels has about 600 kilos of pottery. But in the 3rd century AD layers, the density goes up to about 1,000 kilos per cubic meter. That is, the lower spaces have less density than the higher ones. It seems logical that site administrators worked harder to compact the material when they realized space was limited. Also, they have confirmed that similar walls exist at depths deeper than the excavations could reach. Most of these walls are in the same directions as those found until now. We must also mention that thousands of epigraphs, stamps, tituli-picti, and graffiti that these excavations have provided to the scientific community are totally useful in other contexts. We have published them in 6 monographs from the Instrumenta series by the Universitat de Barcelona. All this material is well contextualized and dated with high precision, and this offers an immeasurable amount of information for studying trade in the High Roman Empire. To conclude, Mount Testatio is not just a dump. It's also a monumental archive. It has become an essential resource for studying the ancient economy. It allows us to establish series of documents with absolute dating for the first time in the Roman world. This helps address what has long been one of the major issues in ancient history, the lack of serial data. Dressel 20 stamps, precisely dated by the statue excavations, are now key for accurately dating many Roman archaeological layers across the Roman Empire. So this ancient dump not only explains imperial economies and politics, but also serves as a vital chronological tool for archaeology. Therefore, the study of Mount Testatio has significantly changed our view of the Roman olive oil trade and of Rome's power and abundance, highlighting the invaluable information that ancient dumps, when archaeologically studied, can offer us about the past. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much. The Monte Testaccio site is relatively unfamiliar in Korea. However, it's a historical site that reveals a history of a food distribution in ancient Rome. If there is opportunity, I would like to visit Testaccio, where taste, history, and culture come together. I'm sure many of you may be feeling drowsy after lunch, so we will take a short break for 10 minutes.
다음 발표는 최근 몇 년 새에 서울 도심지에서 활발히 발굴되고 있는
Our next speaker is a Professor Hee-kwon Shin from the University of Seoul. He will present Forgotten Memories and Discarded Histories. Please welcome Professor Shin. Nice to meet you all. So I am Hee-kwon Shin from University of Seoul. So we are here to discuss garbage archaeology or archaeology of landfills. And so to scholars and also to the general audience, this is a very new topic, a bit distant from what I have studied so far. So in my presentation, I'm going to talk about the remains from the Japanese colonial period excavated in central Seoul. So actually, this is the past that we want to forget, and we somehow intentionally try to forget the painful history of the past. Despite that, it is very important to look into the remains that have been excavated in central Seoul in order to understand our history and to understand the city. And we can find a lot of traces underneath this land. And then we are able to move on to the remains from the Joseon dynasty. So the excavation of the Japanese colonial period, the remnants, is a very important topic and area in Korean archaeology. This is the order of my presentation. Following the introduction, I'm going to show you the current status and findings of Japanese colonial period remains in central Seoul. And I defined the categories of the remains. First is the remains of a Joseon dynasty palaces, remains related to Japanese colonial rule, and the remains of a modern administrative facilities such as Government General of Japan in Korea. Also, there are the refuse disposal site remains. And after the showing the site and the findings, I'm going to conclude my presentation. So let me begin. Garbage archaeology is a new academic field, but now it's an important field that studies human life and the culture, and the previous speakers from Korea and abroad also highlighted the importance. In Korean archaeology, interest in garbage archaeology began relatively early compared to the West. In the early 1960s, Dr. Kim Wol-lyung excavated the landfill site at Siloam community in Bucheon. That was the beginning of garbage archaeology in Korea. It was more than 60 years ago, and we recognize the importance of excavating the landfills and the waste, but the field failed to garner continued academic attention in Korea. This changed in 2009 during an urban redevelopment project in Haengdang-dong, Seoul. The remains and stratified deposits dating from the Japanese colonial period to the present day were uncovered at the site. And it goes beyond individuals or artifacts, and in the space called the soul, the waste and the landfills serve an important heritage. For example, The center of Seoul, once the heart of Hanyang, the capital of Joseon Dynasty, is a home to royal palaces and other important state institutions. The city underwent modernization under Japanese colonial rule and further developed into present-day Seoul. It has preserved the historical layers of the past in remarkable continuity. And if you uncover these remnants, they are widely spread and have a lot of symbolic meaning. When I was asked to present in this conference, so I studied the the kingdom period, including the Baekje and Silla. The three kingdom period didn't get a lot of attention. So I initially studied the Neolithic era, and actually, so these the archaeology, the heritage division is my home because I became a public official. So at the Enrich, and where we are right now is a President Hotel. And when we had an academic conference, we held a lot of events and we provided accommodations to the guests in this hotel. So the Enrich and this hotel are very meaningful, and I'm really pleased to be back to this hotel and to these organizers with the theme of garbage archaeology. And when we work on the excavation of the palaces, we could see the traces of damage. And more recently, I'm going to show you the elevated platform in Gyeongbokgung Palace, and it's the representative case of how the colonial Japan damaged many cultural heritage in Korea. So it's a part of our painful history, and we need to look at these the remains from the Japanese colonial period. In central Seoul, excavations were mainly done by the scholars, and they also in the Pungnap Tosong area. And in the Jongno, you can see the exhibitions of our cultural heritages. However, it was only in 2004 the excavations began officially in the Seoul. And there were some attempts in the academia, but so if you think about the Lumiere building in Jongno, and there is a soba place, and so it's designated as a cultural heritage of a Seoul. The building was reconstructed, and during the reconstruction, so somebody reported the existence of cultural heritage, and that was the beginning of the formal excavation. And at the time, so I was in charge of the cultural heritage in Seoul, so I stopped the reconstruction, the process, and ordered the excavators to look into the place. So it was about 20 years ago. So we only have 20 years of history of uncovering the artifacts in the Seoul. And as you know, the center of Seoul is a very important place as a home to royal palaces. And when we think about these Japanese colonial era remains, we didn't have a lot of experience. However, in Jongno alone, So 186 excavations were carried out in Jongno afterwards. This hotel is located in Junggut district, so if we expand the scope, the number of excavations taking place in central Seoul, there will be a lot more. It means that it is important to look at the Japanese colonial era remains before the studying the Joseon dynasty era related remnants. So after 2000, so we have the foundings of many excavations. However, because of the time constraints, I'm going to selectively introduce the major Japanese colonial era remains located in central Seoul. The first is the remains of Joseon Dynasty palaces. Seoul National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage completed the excavation the work for Jamidang Hall. The foundations of the Jamidang main hall and corridor buildings were originally reconstructed during the reign of King Gojong of Joseon, and they were later destroyed by fire and rebuilt. And during the excavation process, we could discover the foundations of two underground structures from the 1929 Joseon exhibition. So this is the Y shape, the concrete foundation, and in the middle there's an underground facility. And many of the artifacts were dumped into this area. And those artifacts include items used in the palace, including sizable stones and the roof tile fragments. So they were presumably buried when the buildings were demolished. We can find these artifacts across this excavation site. So now we are checking and restoring some facilities that were built during Joseon Dynasty and during the excavation. So we could find these remains of the Japanese colonial period buildings. So we could uncover the sites related to the Joseon exposition. And the exhibition pavilion was built during the exposition. And so according to the photo album for the Joseon exposition, it says the Sanhegan is an octagonal building constructed in a rounded shape. So we can find the foundation that is in line with the explanation in the photograph. So, in order to understand the remains of Gyeongbokgung Palace, we can first need to look into the layer that was formed during the Japanese colonial period. In the Gyeongbokgung Palace, Joseon exposition was held, and this is a layout of the Joseon exposition. This is a Baegak and the Gyeongbokgung Palace. The exposition was held in 1929, And this is a Japanese government general building in Korea. And the exposition took place in the 경복궁 area and the 근정문 and 근정전, 경회루, and to the east, so it was relocated in the Gwanghwamun area, and these are only the heritages that stand still. So many buildings existed, however, there are just only a few that still exist. It means that so many buildings were demolished, and if you excavate this site, you can find the remains of those old buildings. So you can see there's the most number of Japanese colonial period remains in Gyeongbokgung Palace. So we restored the Hungnaemun Gate and uncovered the Gwanghwamun after the restoration work in 2007 and 2008. So we unearthed the remains of Gwanghwamun, and we also discovered the streetcar line and elevated platform. So let me move on to the Gwanghwamun 월대 remains. So 월대 means elevated platform. So the foundation of the Gwanghwamun 월대, the elevated platform, was constructed during the reign of King Gojong of Joseon. And there were so many decorative stone, especially if you look at this 월대 elevated platform in Gwanghwamun. In 1966, this 월대 was constructed. The Japanese government general building was established, and the Gwanghwamun was relocated to the east, and the 월대 disappeared before the relocation of Gwanghwamun. It was right before the demolition of the elevated platform. In 1927, Gwanghwamun was relocated in the west. So this is the process of a 월대 disappearing, and later the two lines of streetcar, railways, were laid. So it passes through Jongno, and 1923, so administrative buildings were built from 1923 to 1926. Many Japanese officials lived in the west of the palace, so railways were extended, reaching to Tongidong, and also it go to the Angukdong. So the streetcar tracks uncovered in the excavation ran from Hyojadong and Angukdong toward the Sejongno. In order to build the streetcar, the tracks, and the Gwanghwamun, the platform and the stairways had to be demolished to make the land flat. That's how Gwanghwamun's 월대 was demolished from 1923 to 1926. In order to restore the elevated platform, we started to excavate the site, and we can see the railway infrastructure. In order to restore the platform, we had to get rid of the streetcar line, the remnants. So it's the garbage of the garbage, we can say. But so they serve as important data of the urban transportation infrastructure in Seoul, the tracing its development from the colonial era through the eve of South Korea's economic modernization. So some claimed that we had to conserve these railway infrastructure, but we decided to remove the remains of a railway infrastructure, but so we relocated the part of streetcar line, and now they are displayed in the railway museum. So railway infrastructure can be found in the railways museum, and by restoring the elevated platform, so we first restored the streetcar line that was built in 1923. So buses used to run on this street, and elevated platform is now 23 meters long. So in the process of finding and restoring the Woldae, we first unearthed the railway infrastructure from the Japanese colonial period. So next, let's see the site of the Residency General, Government General of Korea. So Residency General was built in the Gyeongbokgung Palace site, but before the relocation, it used to be in the Namsan area. So now there's a Lira Elementary School and the Seoul Animation Center. In order to redevelop the Seoul Animation Center, the Seoul Metropolitan Government excavated the site, and they found the remains of a Residency General Office that was built in 1906. So after the signing of the Ulsa Treaty in 1905, Japan constructed the Residency General Office in Namsan. So that's the view of the Residency General during the Japanese colonial period and the Government General of Korea. And later, this site and the building used to be used by the KBS and other companies, and later the site became a home for animation center. So during excavations, we could see a layered history through the concrete foundation, and a lot of achievement was made. So after these excavations, so what's the ideal way to address this site? Do we need to conserve the site and restore the Residency General? However, it's against our spirit. So we decided to conserve some important facilities unearthed in this site. And there was the access facility that used the limestone, and the artifacts were very well preserved. So that kind of a site decided to be conserved, and so Seoul Metropolitan Government decided to conserve some part of the building as a part of the Seoul Animation Center. And also, another decision was made to display some artifacts within the Animation Center building. And now, so we are in the designing stage to incorporate the exhibition space in the new animation center. And I have been serving as an advisor to this planning stage, and the animation center building exhibition space will serve as an educational and outreach center. And if you go south, you can find the Yejangdong site in Seoul. And this used to be the official residence of the Japanese legation. So during the excavation, we uncovered the foundations of the buildings that were built during the Japanese colonial period. And later, the gas station was built on top of this foundation. We could find these oil tanks, and so we found a lot of layered evidence of the Japanese colonial rule. And some of the buildings and foundation were well preserved, so we relocated the artifacts so that they can be in public display. So it's a painful history and the site of humiliation. However, we thought that it is important to remember the site by conserving it. So that is the position of the Korean Heritage Service and the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and I think this is the right decision. And we also did this effort in conserving the Namsan section of the Hanyang-dosong or Seoul City Wall's remains. And the Seoul City Wall was heavily destroyed by Japanese. And the Japanese wanted to develop this site to build a worship hall. So they made a concrete foundation of the Haiden, or worship hall from Joseon Shrine. And we are preparing to have Hanyang-dosong Seoul City Wall to be listed as a World Heritage, as well as Bukhan Sansong and the Tanchun-daesong. And the final decision will be made in the near future. And so we now are preparing this area. And while we prepare this area, we work on the excavation, and we could see the destruction and alteration of the original city wall. This section was covered with earth. And this is the slope of Namsan, very well reserved area. And on the right-hand side, you can see the site of a fountain that was built as part of the Joseon Shrine Haiden, or worship hall. And we could see the drainage and the concrete foundation built during the colonial period. And so this is an archaeological confirmation of the shrine's role as a symbol of a colonial rule, and the Japanese intentionally wanted to build a shrine. It was built in 1925, exactly 100 years ago, and after the liberation, it was burned down. So it was a shrine, and also So this is the area where the peoples bowed and prayed. There are the corridors and concrete foundation, and this site is linked to this left-hand side picture. So it's the site of a Joseon the shrine or the worship hall. Our plan is to conserve a lot of artifacts, but the foundation of a worship hall was very controversial. So it was a very we were sharply divided. So some claim that we had to conserve this foundation, or some claim that we had to get rid of the foundation. And the key to the colonial rule was government general building, and the symbol of the Japanese colonial rule was this worship hall. So there's a lot of opposition. I vividly remember that during the academic conference, so many said that we need to conserve these concrete foundation so that we can show to the world that the Japanese did this in Korea. It is all the more important when we prepare the listing of World Heritage. So it can be called a dark heritage or negative heritage. In Korea, especially the colonial rule is a very painful memory for all of us, but if we get rid of this foundation, nobody will remember. There used to be a Japanese shrine, the building in Namsan, so that's why we supported the conservation, and after years of a debate, we decided to conserve this site without any restoration of a Hanyang-Dosan wall. So this site was turned into the part of the Seoul Museum of History. So still we can see the remains of a Joseon shrine and how the Japanese demolished our cultural and historic heritage. The next site we need to look at is a warehouse remains of the female inmate ward at the Seodaemun prison. So there was an excavation of the warehouse site adjacent to the female inmate ward in the Seodaemun. This is where many independence fighters in Korea were imprisoned. And this excavation provided important insights into the architectural layout of the prison and the daily lives of female inmates under Japanese rule. And many artifacts were discovered. And so it's a very important data for the study of the colonial period. That was the work that continued until 2024, and it was a relatively more recent artifacts, so we can compare the actual site to the drawings. And also we can see the sanitation facilities, including the toilet. They are very well preserved, and many are debating how we need to conserve or manage these sites. And so this is the detention center administration building, and we also have the drawings and the layout. And so part of the place is used as the history museum. So now the general agreement is that we shouldn't demolish this site, and we need to think about how to make use of this site. There were the remains from the modernization period, including the hospital. So west to Gyeongbokgung Palace, there's a Ogindong, and we studied the Sunhwa Hospital site. This site was excavated for the new complex building in the Hogindong, and one flower terrace or hwage, and 2 stone embankments, 3 modern and contemporary building sites, and 2 incinerators were identified, and a lot of artifacts show that these are the artifacts of a hospital, including incinerators. So hospital waste and disinfection-related waste were all incinerated, and these incinerators were very modern. So we decided to conserve the Joseon period terrace, the stone embankment, and the Japanese colonial period hospital incinerators. So these were considered important enough to be preserved on site. So this is a site of the auxiliary ward of a Daehan Medical Center in Seoul. That's continued as a Seoul National University Hospital. So this is the auxiliary ward buildings from the Daehan Empire period through the Japanese colonial period. As the Seoul National University is a hospital, so had the expansion work. So excavators have found the foundations on bricks and the drainages used in the construction of the buildings during the Daehan Empire period and Japanese colonial period. So we have to make a wide decision about what we need to leave and what we need to conserve. And in this case, only the records will be kept while they moving on to the reconstruction work. The next is a Yongsan Railway Hospital site, and it was originally a Gyeongsang Railway Hospital, and it was later constructed as a National Seoul Hospital, and it was privatized as a Chungang University Yongsan Hospital, which operated until 2011. And a large number of artifacts were recovered, including many items related to hospital, such as syringes and glass bottles and the ampules. So we secured a lot of artifacts related to hospital. In 2009, we excavated the Jugejang site. Excavation uncovered 3 building foundations and 3 retaining walls from the Japanese colonial period, as well as refuse layers buried beneath them. So practically a lot of the landfills, the layers were unearthed. A large number of household artifacts were recovered, including many ceramics dating from the 1930s and 1940s. So I gave you the overview of the remains of the colonial period that were excavated in central Seoul. And the garbage archaeology is very important because we can analyze modern consumption patterns, lifestyles, and economic activities. And the waste and refuse remains of the modern era can become valuable historical source of the future. Especially the central Seoul used to be the capital of the Joseon dynasty, and Japan constructed numerous modern buildings over Korea's important heritage sites. We can see the layered history and the layered the artifacts. So that's why it is very important to excavate many sites located in central Seoul. Excavations were not active 20 or 30 years ago, but now we are beginning to discover so many new aspects. So this is the memory that we do not want to have, and this is a humiliating chapter in our history, but it's nevertheless an indelible part of who we are. So it's our responsibility to thoroughly uncover and document the remnants of that time. And we hope that these materials may serve as enduring educational research. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the final message was very significant. So it's not a shameful or something we will not remember. We need to remember all the more thoroughly.
Now this is final announcement, final presentation. I couldn't imagine excavating this kind of thing before checking his presentation slides. So Professor William Rodney Carler from the University of North Dakota will give you the presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
I study two things. I study late antiquity. And so when I go to conferences that focus on the ancient Mediterranean world, my paper is always last. I also study archaeology of the 20th and 21st century. And when I go to historical archaeology conference, my paper is always last. So it's fitting maybe that I'm last today. I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference, ICCROM and Enrich in particular, for their incredible hospitality. This is my first time in Korea, and I've grown in a very short time to very much appreciate not only their attitudes toward heritage and the critical and engaged way in which they think about it, but also the scope of ICCROM's mission and efforts. So I'm very appreciative of the invitation and this opportunity. Oops, go back. All right. My paper begins today. And I also have this bad habit of speeding up while I give my talk. So I apologize in advance to the people who are trying to keep up with translations. I'll try to keep a steady pace. I'll do the best I can. My paper today begins in 2014 on the edge of the Alamogordo landfill in the southwestern United States. For those who may not know where Alamogordo is, I didn't before I had to go there. It's in the southwestern United States, and the closest major city is probably El Paso in Texas. It's a small town in the state of New Mexico. It's best known perhaps for its proximity. This is kind of an elevation view. It's best known for its proximity to the famous White Sands, a 700 square kilometer dune field of sparkling white gypsum sand. And of course, White Sands gives its name to the missile range where the Trinity test took place, which of course introduced the world to the nuclear age. I'm not going to talk about that. Instead, I'm going to talk about a small town landfill, which functioned intermittently in the 1970s and 80s. And by our arrival, it was almost indistinguishable from the surrounding desert scrublands, with only two large sandy mounds, which you can see in the background here, marking the former disturbances to the Chihuahua Basin playa. In 2014, we stood behind a safety cordon as a massive excavator ripped into the landfill and released the slightly sweet odor of decomposition. The uncompacted layers of garbage came apart as the bucket of the excavator dug through household waste and loaded it into waiting trucks. From time to time, the excavator would pause to reposition itself on the unstable surface. This instability of the loosely packed landfill also necessitated the safety cordon, which prevented anyone from approaching the jagged edges of the unstable trench. Gusting wind, however, carried a continuous sample of trash over to where we sat. At one point, a gust caught a parachute entangled in the basket of the excavator, and its form billowed in the wind. The edge of a landfill hardly seems like a promising place to reflect on archaeology, but the study of contemporary trash cannot be separated from the study of archaeology itself. As early as the 1860s, Rudolf Virchow engaged in efforts to excavate refuse. Virchow is best known for excavating the remains of prehistoric pile dwellings in the middle of the 19th century in Germany. He also visited Troy while it was being excavated by Heinrich Schliemann and hoped to arrange to have Priam's treasure transported to Berlin. In the late 1860s, so this is just maybe a half a decade earlier than Heinrich Dressel, he excavated and meticulously recorded a small dump of 18th century kitchen refuse in a Berlin sewer. Virchow originally associated these finds with a prehistoric midden, but closer examination proved that the pots, faunal remains, and shells, we're back to shellfish, spoke to the diets of 18th century Berlin households. The oyster shells in particular interested Virchow, who argued that their presence in this assemblage pushed the date of the earliest consumption of oysters in Prussia some 100 years earlier than generally accepted. The presence of these shells led him to find confirmation in the records of the royal household that they were consuming oysters as early as 1702. Some 50 years after Virchow's mundane discoveries, another prominent archaeologist, Alfred Kidder, began to visit a landfill in Andover, Massachusetts. Kidder is best known for his excavations at Pecos, New Mexico, some 200-odd miles to the north of Alamogordo. And these excavations inaugurated the archaeology of the American Southwest. In 1921, as he contemplated his first major work, Introduction to the Study of Southwestern Archaeology, he spent a year in Andover caring for his aging mother. During this year, he took to spending time observing the Andover dump and noting how trash formed into stratigraphic layers. This not only informed his understanding of the dump at Pecos, which he was excavating at the time, but also helped him produce a typology of contemporary and near-contemporary objects. For example, the stratigraphic relationships that he observed in the Andover dump informed his efforts to sequence changing lighting technologies and women's fashion in New England. The layers of the landfill seriated the shift from candles to oil lamps and then gas lamps, and marked the waning influence of New England's whaling industry, as whalebone rods gave way to flattened steel rods in women's corsets. These shifts were related, of course. Petroleum replaced whale oil in lighting, as steel replaced bones in corsets. Evidently, local residents noticed Kidder making observations at the dump and reported him to the police. The police detained the archaeologist under the assumption that he might be a vagrant or perhaps an escaped resident from a local mental health facility. The concern of local residents, however, speaks to the rather marginal status of individuals prone to spending times around landfills, and perhaps helps us understand why so few archaeologists have shown them much interest. As any number of scholars have observed, we generally regard the contents of landfills as valueless, and perhaps those who are prone to spend time around them. our tendency to see the contents of landfills as valueless form the basis for Michael Thompson's observation that discard practices represent the process by which objects enter a kind of valueless limbo. And here we're going back to Thomas's conversation at the very beginning of this conference. Rather than seeing this status as terminal, Thompson's observed that by rendering objects valueless, our discard habits place them outside of any system of symbolic or functional value, and therefore outside existing systems of control. It is then possible for these objects to undergo radical revaluations in uncontrolled ways. In this context, Thompson understood the emergence of the modern, and indeed contemporary dump, as a place designed to control the potential for this kind of radical transformation in value. In practical terms, authorities tend to limit access to landfills on the grounds, of course, of safety. Socially, however, we tend to marginalize jobs and workers engaged regularly with what modern scholars refer to as waste streams or waste regimes. Thus, they're powerful social and political forces at play to control and maintain the status of rubbish as without value, or to conform, or more commonly, to control how rubbish can be made valuable again. So they don't want people going to landfills, not only because they're dangerous, because there's big equipment and they're unstable, but also there's social prohibitions against it, as our friend Alfred Kidder encountered. And the goals of these are, in part, to keep trash being trash, not allow it to regain value in society in uncontrolled situations. So archaeologists such as Virchow and Kidder showed that from the earliest days of the discipline, archaeology could assign new value to discarded trash by using it as a window into the changing character of consumer culture. This has continued into contemporary understandings of domestic waste, as we've seen today. Michael Roller, in the American context, demonstrated how excavations of mid-20th century trash from a household privy in a Pennsylvania mining town reflected the growing integration of immigrant communities with American consumption patterns. Immigrants not only learned to be American through the practice of mass consumption, but also through practices of mass discard. The consumption of disposable goods, for example, in the name of sanitation, not only stimulated industrial production in the United States, but contributed to a shared cultural experience between the immigrant and more established American communities. The purchasing of disposable goods at seasonal sales, for example, and the decline of household recycling practices in the name of good and fashionable housekeeping ensured a constant flow of new materials into landfills. Just the appearance of oyster shells in an 18th century Berlin midden and the changing lamp technologies preserved in the Andover landfill mark new forms of consumer culture, so the study of domestic discard practices revealed the integration of immigrant communities in networks of consumption and sanitary waste management. While excavators who occasionally documented household waste studied it as a window into consumer culture, the systematic archaeological interest in contemporary waste streams, and by extension landfills, originated in an American context in Bill Rathje's Garbage Project. Begun in 1973, Rathje's project sought to document household waste collected from the curbside in Arizona neighborhoods. He and his team sorted, sampled, recorded, and analyzed thousands of assemblages of household trash. They often complemented the information gleaned from these assemblages with the results of household surveys. This allowed them to produce innumerable publications with observations such as simpler diets with fewer ingredients produce less waste. People tend to underreport the quantity of alcohol they consume. Shocking. And people are more wasteful when they resort to stockpiling goods made scarce by market volatility. Rathje and his collaborators also produced research for American consumer goods companies such as Frito-Lay, Oscar Mayer, NutraSweet, and Heinz, and various trade groups such as the American Paper Institute. His team's ability to produce meaningful conclusions about consumption and discard benefited from the stability of post-war American waste streams. The relationship between the systematic removal of waste and the differing expectations that shape suburban discard practices created a knowable relationship between the trash under study and household consumption habits. And this is a phenomenal luxury for archaeologists to understand how and why people were throwing away what they were wearing. Most of us don't have this luxury, right? In this context, we can see the post-war consumer as also the post-war waste producer. The Garbage Project arose from mid-century American concerns for trash, landfills, and consumerism. For example, Heather Rogers in her 2006 book called the 1950s a golden age of waste, as post-World War II American manufacturing accelerated the development of a mass consumer culture. More famously, probably, is Vance Packard's influential 1960s book called Waste Makers. He imagined a world where production and consumption were so tightly bound that machines transported newly produced goods directly to landfills, and cities would ceremonially dump surplus goods into the sea. During these decades, Americans displaced some of their anxiety about their consumption habits onto anxieties about waste. Fears of toxic waste overflowing landfills and the costs of solid waste removal from increasingly impoverished cities filled the news. From this emerged the concept of a garbage crisis, which highlighted the perceived risk that soon landfills will no longer be able to contain the trash that we produce. By the 1980s, Americans watched with disappointment the ill-fated voyages of the Cayenne Sea, a ship filled with ash from an incinerator in Philadelphia that was denied entry into numerous ports. And it bounced then from port to port down the eastern seaboard and into the Caribbean. The same thing with a garbage barge from New York City called the Mobro 4000, which was filled with New York trash that eventually mysteriously disappeared. These voyages seem to exemplify America's inability to manage their sprawling waste streams. In other words, it gave Americans an excuse to blame our waste streams for their inefficiency as opposed to blaming our consumer habits for producing these waste streams. As our sense of a garbage crisis grew in the 1980s, Rathje's Garbage Project pivoted from exploring the domestic side of the waste streams to landfills themselves. Conducting excavations at landfills in Arizona, California, and Florida, Rathje and his colleagues demonstrated that the contents of landfills included significant quantities of construction and demolition debris, which often exceeded 10% of the landfill's total volume. Moreover, some of the bugbears of the 1970s and 1980s garbage crisis, and as a child of the 1970s and 80s, I remember these things very well. We were constantly vilifying styrofoam fast food packaging and disposable diapers, which media and the activists targeted because they wouldn't decompose in landfills. This was our great concern. Rathje discovered that these things contribute little to the overall volume of the landfill. Instead, Rathje's research demonstrated that paper composed nearly 25% of samples taken from the landfill in the 1990s. The anaerobic nature of landfills prevented the paper from breaking down, despite its biodegradable character. In this capacity, their work at landfills revealed the limits of popular conceptions of the garbage crisis and its preoccupation with the cost of convenience culture. That said, Rathje and his associates also noted that modern landfills do more than just speak to our collective preoccupation with consumer culture and its detritus. They also recognized that modern landfills, much like their pre-modern counterparts, consisted of lenses that reflect activities, whether spring cleaning, a child's birthday party, the aftermath of preparing an annual report at the office, or the dumping of a seasons of Annona amphora, or the quiet dumping of truckloads of Atari games, which we'll get to now. This returns us to the edge of the Alamogordo landfill. In 2014, after several years of bureaucratic and political wrangling, environmental testing, and coring, a team of archaeologists and video game scholars accompanied a documentary film team to Alamogordo, New Mexico, to excavate the old Alamogordo landfill. The landfill deserves such attention because it had incubated an urban legend for over 25 years. In 1983, the video game company Atari dumped thousands of video games in the landfill. While the New York Times and other newspapers reported on this event, by the late 1980s, internet discussion boards became rife with the speculation on the causes and even veracity of the story. Ultimately, the urban legend came to focus on the E.T. video game. Legendary Atari programmer Howard Scott Warshaw developed this game based on the blockbuster Steven Spielberg film from 1982. Initially, the game sold relatively well, particularly at the holiday season, but soon attracted the ire of gaming enthusiasts for its difficult and unpleasant play. It had these pits. I remember this as a kid. And if your little E.T. got stuck in the pit, it was impossible to get out of the pit until eventually 10-year-old me would throw some epic tantrum and my parents would tell me I'm not allowed to play video games until I learned to control my emotions. This was not the relaxing experience of video game play that the average American 10 or 12-year-old wanted. An urban legend then coalesced around the idea that Atari had buried these games in a remote New Mexico landfill to hide their failure from media, investors, and the public. The documentary film crew and the archaeologists present at the dig, including myself, sought to interrogate this urban legend by exposing the games buried some 3 decades previous in New Mexico. As Rathje anticipated, the excavations revealed much more. They exposed both the process of dump creation and everyday activities. Preserved in the myriad of small lenses present in the landfill. So, the Alamogordo landfill consists of 3 phases of activity. It's a little bit hard to see here, and because we couldn't enter the landfill because it was constantly collapsing on itself, I cannot draw very nice lines, and so some of what you see is the slumping of the landfill sides. So you'll have to trust me on this. Below approximately 3 meter deep, in the 1990s, a layer of garbage was spread across the surface of the landfill and covered with a layer of reddish-brown local earth, which you can maybe see at the highest levels here. This kind of lens here is this reddish-brown earth. Below this approximately 3 meter deep layer was a level of later dumping that constituted the original landfill. So there's 2 phases. A vertical cut into the earth extended an additional 5 meters below the 3 meter second phase. This landfill cell received garbage in vertical columns, which slumped toward their base, which is a process that we've seen in landfills from Alfred Kidder's experience in Andover, Massachusetts, to dumps in prehistoric middens. Unlike many more recent landfills, these columns were not tightly packed. Most contemporary American landfills are compacted landfills. The earliest phase beneath these columns of trash that slump at their base is where these Atari games were deposited. And they were deposited across the bottom of the landfill cell. They were then covered with concrete, because as soon as they were dumped there, local kids were climbing into the landfill cell to try to steal Atari games. And the entire thing was very unstable, so this was thought of as being unsafe. The excavation revealed that slumping columns of trash were remarkably well preserved. Even in the very loosely compacted conditions of this 1980s small-town landfill. Grass clippings remained vibrant and green, printing on the paper was legible, and kitchen waste appeared intact. We found chicken bones with chicken meat on it from the 1980s, still undecomposed in this landfill. In other words, very little visible decomposition occurred because the trash was so well preserved. As the bucket of the excavator got closer to the bottom of the cell, the dates on paper artifacts recovered from the slumping base of the columns got closer to the date of the dumping. I thought this was really cool until I heard you can do the same thing with ancient amphora. The excavator produced buckets of wrapping paper from Christmas in 1983, for example. Receipts dated to early December and late November. There was a paper check with the date November 7th, 1983 on it, and Christmas catalogs from earlier in the fall. Finally, below the holiday and pre-holiday detritus appeared the first traces of the Atari dump, including, implausibly, a newspaper article from 28 September 1983 describing the dumping of the games. The excavations ultimately produced an assemblage of over 1,500 games, which nevertheless reflected only a tiny fraction of the multiple truckloads of games dumped into the landfill. The games removed from the small sounding from the lowest levels of Alamogordo allowed us to make two significant observations. First, the assemblage of games was remarkably diverse and included more than just the much maligned ET game. In fact, the majority of the over 50 games represented in the landfill were not ET. Some games are still in boxes or blister packs. Others were loose. Most games dated to the period from 1980 to 1983, but there are quite a few earlier games. For those of you who like Atari games, there are examples of late 1970s games even, like Air-Sea Battle, Breakout, Combat, Space War, and Indy 500. Many had price tags on them, and this suggests that many of these games represent returns from either consumers or remainders from stores. The second observation is that despite the anaerobic conditions of the landfill that ensured well-preserved newspapers and verdant grass clippings, the games themselves did not work when inserted into an Atari 2600 games console. This presumably reflects moisture damage to the cartridges, or just as plausibly, damage caused by their storage and transport to the dump prior to deposition. Of course, some games might have been defective, leading to their return. Both observations relate to the changing nature of not only America, but also global waste. The excavation of Atari games represents one of the first archaeological efforts to excavate what we can now call e-waste, which is a term that was coined just a little bit later than the actual dumping of these games in the 1980s. In the 21st century, concerns over e-waste has increased dramatically. Reports suggest that while electronic waste compresses less than 5% of our total consumer waste, it nevertheless represents some of the most toxic contents of our waste streams. Moreover, some have argued that post-consumer e-waste represents nearly 70% of all e-waste entering our waste streams. It appears that our digital lifestyles, as ephemeral as they may feel, are continuing to produce lots and lots of waste. While it's probably unwise to trust these numbers, one of the problems we have globally, not just in the US, is that no one really wants to define what e-waste is. We think we know what it is, but it's a broad category that extends from some of the toxic byproducts of, say, the filaments that are on circuit boards, to the circuit boards themselves, to what do you do with your old cell phone. So it's unwise probably to trust these numbers. The presence of retail or commercial waste in a municipal landfill in the 1980s offers a historic window into the entrance of commercial e-waste into the American waste stream. Interestingly, this was not the first time this landfill had received non-consumer waste. In 1969, the landfill received 200 hogs from the Huckleby farm. These hogs had eaten grain contaminated with mercury and became a national news story after the Huckleby family ate meat from a poisoned hog. 4 of their 8 children developed severe signs of mercury poisoning. The children's pitiful cognitive and physical decline became a national scandal. The rest of the poisoned hogs were discarded in the landfill. In the 1970s, the same landfill received 5,000 barrels of the pesticide malathion, which we must assume was commercial or industrial waste associated with pest control. The decision by Atari to dump more commercial waste in this landfill stemmed from the low costs charged to dump waste at the facility and its proximity to Atari's El Paso distribution center. The pre-existing presence of highly toxic non-consumer waste in this landfill, however, may have complemented the reasoning of Atari managers who decided to make the Alamogordo landfill the destination for returned Atari games. The commingling of commercial waste and household waste in Alamogordo demonstrates the complexity, even in the 1980s, of American waste streams and the interpenetration of e-waste, of commercial waste, of industrial waste, and mercury-poisoned pigs. That these Atari games were not playable opens a window into another aspect of the study of contemporary landfills. While we were able to identify these cartridges based on their labels, the cultural value of these games, of course, goes far beyond their outward appearance. On the one hand, the plastic cases, the circuit boards, and the microchips, and even the glossy labels trace a global network of manufacturing that allowed a game designed in California, manufactured in Asia, and distributed nationally through hubs in well-integrated cities like El Paso to reach customers. On the other hand, for customers, and indeed some hopeful participants in the excavation, the real value of these games was the digital content embedded in the cartridge and made visible by the Atari console. When the game ceased to function, whether at the bottom of a small-town landfill or in a cardboard box in a suburban closet, it became effectively valueless to a consumer and more difficult for an archaeologist to understand the social, cultural, and economic meaning of the game. The disposal of a game in a landfill makes it impossible to connect the object to the experience of re-narrating the E.T. film, competing with friends and family in the suburban home, or connecting the pixelated display of 1980s Atari consoles to worlds of adventure. And for those of you who remember the 1980s and Atari and things like that, there's an Easter egg, as they say here. The top two screenshots, now I'm giving away the Easter egg, but the top two screenshots are, of course, the Indiana Jones game, which was another Howard Scott Warshaw game that was far more successful. The disconnect between the experience of playing an Atari game and their physical form is characteristic of e-waste and anticipates the rapidly dematerializing world of the 21st century, where conveniences such as the World Wide Web, cell phones, and increasingly ubiquitous Internet of Things create experiences that are as materially ephemeral as they are resource intensive. I was thinking that while I used Google Translate to read some of the slides and get a translation, that these are incredibly processor intensive processes, right? These are incredibly intensive things that consume tremendous amounts of electricity and produce tremendous amounts of heat. And these are all things that produce their own set of wastes as we race to kind of keep up with the demands of using ChatGPT to compose a plausible sounding email to an irate student. So the presence of Atari games in the landfill represent a moment in time when digital media begins to usurp physical media and makes increasingly tenuous the relationship between the world of things and the digital experiences that they mediate. So in this context, it's hardly surprising that conspiracy theories that gained momentum in internet chat rooms contributed to the media attention that excavations at the Alamogordo landfill received, and that Microsoft partly underwrote the documentary film which funded these excavations. So the film is called Atari Game Over. It was supposed to appear on Microsoft's Xbox gaming console because they wanted to turn the Xbox gaming console into a media console where you would watch your movies, you would play your video games, and so on. After this video came out, and this video, for those of you who are interested in such thing, this documentary was actually directed by Zach Penn. Zach Penn is one of the, is sort of an A-list Hollywood director who directed things like Pacific Rim and things like that. So he was not, this was a big investment project. Microsoft's investment in this, it was going to be distributed over the Xbox console. This is what brought the money to fight through the bureaucratic rambling to excavate this 20th century, late 20th century landfill. So just as archaeologists in the 1980s transposed their anxiety about consumerism onto a growing anxiety about waste, The excavators in Alamogordo used a mediated nostalgia to replace the corrupt bits and bytes embedded on discarded Atari game cartridges. We transplanted our anxieties, or we transferred them in different ways. All right, almost done, I promise. The Alamogordo Atari excavation situated the archaeology of contemporary landfills within a persistent interest in the archaeology of consumer culture, and then continued to the ragged edge of archaeology of the contemporary world. At this edge intersects the archaeology of consumer culture, media archaeology, the archaeology of global networks of production, distribution, and discard. While it is impossible in a relatively short paper to fully trace the implications of the tangled discourses that my paper tried to introduce, I'd like to leave you with 3 things that might encourage us as archaeologists to consider spending more time in and around landfills. First, landfills are part of intricate and largely hidden systems of waste management. In this paper, I've called them waste streams. These systems support consumer practices centered on disposable goods by handling the byproducts of production and distribution. The presence of industrial waste, such as malathion, commercial waste, such as the Atari games, and domestic trash in a small-town landfill, demonstrated the extent to which these streams commingle. More significantly, however, the decision to dump e-waste in a small-town landfill anticipated the growing reach of waste streams in the late 20th century, where e-waste has become the subject of growing economic, environmental, and diplomatic attention. In this way, the Atari dump, contemporary with the farcical efforts of the wandering Kian-Sea and Mobro 400 barge, represents a highly visible moment when networks of global production revealed itself as networks also of discard. The second thing that we came to understand was the sheer quantity of trash in a contemporary landfill and the diversity of forces that shape its depositional history. Despite Bill Rathje's famous claim that there is no garbage crisis, the quantity of trash in a contemporary landfill is both staggering and only a fraction of the industrial, commercial, and consumer waste produced regularly by contemporary society. Archaeology, of course, has always had to face such challenges, always had to face challenges of scale that require us to understand the whole from very small parts. In an age where global waste streams offer global challenges, a small trench, even in a large landfill, appears to be radically out of proportion, however, to the social and environmental consequences of garbage. Archaeology, in fact, seems uniquely ill-suited to deal with global crises when our trenches, when our trenches are sometimes as small as 1 by 1 or 3 by 3 or 5 by 5, right? When you're thinking of things like global climate change as a problem, and then you're digging a trench that's a 1 by 1, it's hard to correlate the two. In an age where global waste streams offer global challenges, a small trench, even in a large landfill, appears radically out of proportion. John Schofield has recently acknowledged this mismatch in the scale of archaeological work and so-called wicked problems that challenge us on a planetary scale. For Schofield, a wicked problem is a problem that doesn't have a clear solution. Schofield argues, Schofield has argued that we should focus on what he calls small wins. For him, this meant documenting plastic on a beach, and tragically in the belly of a deceased sea turtle in the Galapagos Islands. And this offers a small win toward understanding the vast natural and human systems that produce the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Similar work done documenting windborne trash around inland watercourses and drift material along beaches in Iceland demonstrates the plurality of forces at play in the circulation of trash beyond the borders of landfills. Our experience of Alamogordo confronted this power of these non-human agents as if to demonstrate the futility of our work at the landfill itself when a sandstorm driven by 50-mile-per-hour winds tore through the excavation area on the second day. We were literally covered in flying trash. My third and final point, then, is that these small-scale efforts to to make the invisible processes like landfills visible, disclose the workings of power on a larger scale. Landfills seek to control the influence of both human and the non-human agents at work in our waste streams, and by extension, in our consumption-driven culture. By exposing and studying the contents of landfills, we lay bare the fuzzy boundary between social and natural processes. The safety precautions associated with the excavations at Alamogordo make clear the unease surrounding opening a landfill. Concern over toxic fumes, unstable scarps, and other environmental and physical dangers associated with our waste infrastructure required that the New Mexico Environmental Department physically and temporally limited our access to the site. We were only allowed to open the landfill for 2 days. That was all. By documenting landfills, we lay bare efforts to exert control over our waste streams and their capacity for what Rob Nixon poignantly referred to as slow violence. The slow violence of our waste streams goes beyond the movement of garbage. A famous American scholar called Robert Bullard titled his classic work critiquing the American tendency to dump waste near disadvantaged communities in the American South. He called it dumping in Dixie, the tendency to dump trash near African American communities in the American South, typically communities that were poor and had least access to economic or political power. Globally, Miriam Dezhamskoy's very recent study of Afghan migrants involved in trash collection in Iran reveal how displaced and vulnerable workers often share the invisibility of waste that they handle. In Brazil, efforts to exceed global standards in urban recycling rely on the labor of dispossessed and displaced peasants. The movement of trash, the movement of individuals, the development of global standards often operate beyond the view of consumers and make contemporary waste regimes possible. This desire for invisibility extends even to the afterlife of landfills. For example, the closed construction landfill in the San Francisco Bay Area at a site called Albany Bulb became home to numerous individuals who squatted at the site and used salvage material from the landfill to construct homes. When the city decided to turn the closed landfill into a public park, they removed the salvage homes and they compensated the former residents with the understanding that these former residents would never return. The residents' improvised homes connected the landscape to its past use as a landfill, and this The residents' improvised homes connected the landscape to its past as a landfill, and this required their removal to ensure the continued invisibility of our waste streams. Similarly, homeless residents of Pelham Bay Park in City Island in the Bronx in New York City scavenged at a nearby landfill. When the landfill closed, the borough evicted the homeless from the park as part of a larger environmental conservation scheme, which sought to occlude both the former landfill and those who interacted with it. Archaeologists at both of these sites made visible individuals and the systems associated with our globalized waste regimes as ways of articulating the human cost. All right. The excavation of Atari games at the Alamogordo landfill continued the discipline's seminal interest in trash and consumption from the 19th and early 20th century, and continued it into our contemporary concerns for infrastructure, for agency, and for power. While our work in the New Mexico desert may have accomplished little more than a small win, it demonstrates how a local landfill could speak to contemporary consequences of global garbage. Thank you.
네, 발표 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for your presentation. We always thought about the ancient relics, but we are listening to the story of Atari video dump. So I wonder, how modern waste we consume and throw away today will be excavated in the future. So we finished all the presentation, and we are waiting for the panel discussion. For the arrangement of stage, we will have a short break until 4:10. Then we will resume the panel discussion. So I think you have many questions during the presentation, so we will open the floor to the questions. So please prepare your questions for the panel discussion. We will see you again at 4:10.
그럼 토론을
We will begin the panel discussion, and discussion will be moderated by Professor Seong-Ju Lee of Gyeongbuk National University. So he's the president of a Korean Archaeological Society as well. And we hope that we can discuss the presentations and the related topics. And he was also a moderator of the previous year's conference. Please. Good afternoon. I am Seong-Ju Lee of Gyeongbuk National University. So today, we are discussing the world archaeology of landfills. Waste is something we throw away, or something we used to maintain or possess. And when we think that something loses its usefulness or its value, so it can be disposed. That's what we think. However, National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage and ICCROM do not think that way. So that's why they selected the topic archaeology of landfills, or the garbage archaeology. So some of the audience may think why we need to look at the garbage. However, we had so many valuable comments and talks. All the presenters said that the garbage is significant, and the refuse teaches us a lot. And they say that they have a preservation and conservation values, and they are even the cultural heritage. So 5 speakers talked about the academics and the archaeological and materials value of waste. So even though it will be a long summary, let me first try to summarize the 5 presentations before we move on to the discussion. The first presenter was Mr. Thomas Meraz Castaño, and he explained how the waste can be a valuable heritage. In the world we are living in, we are surrounded by the past or something from the past, and we create something out of these remnants of the past objects, and we tend to selectively maintain the objects, or recreate something new, or reuse the object. And we end up with a waste, and we are living with a lot of waste. Then, when it comes to cultural heritage, what is cultural heritage? So we may think of something very monumental and the magnificence, such as a religious temple and the creation of the human, the intellectual quest. That's how we create cultural heritage, and we preserve and conserve such buildings and objects or artifacts. However, we need to go beyond the traditional notions about waste. And Mr. Castaño taught us about a lot of meanings and the questions about the waste and the value. And he's mentioned a lot of important the assets that we have called waste. And the archaeologists of the future, so what would they think about the waste that we leave in today's society? And so he highlighted the issue of increasing the waste, including plastic waste.
And Professor Lim Sang-taek shows that the garbage is related to the daily lives of the prehistoric age, and that is the condensation of accumulated evidence of life in that area. So he said that the garbage is the repository and the treasure box for the science. However, due to our non-interest, all these shell middens disappeared, which is lamentable.
And Professor Pablo Hill talked about very special landfill. So that is Monte Testaccio, so dump site. As you're aware, so Monte Testaccio used to be as a dump site. So for the amphoras containing the olive oil. And the Heinrich Dressel found the historical value of the site, and more recently the University of Barcelona and the CEPAC team expanded the survey through very thorough excavations and analysis. So these the dump site that was analyzed, and that the research team identified the process of the formation of Monte Testaccio and the how it grew. And the next speaker, the Professor Shin, they explain the remains of the colonial era that was built in the early 20th century. So during the Japanese colonial rule, so private houses and the palace buildings were demolished for the construction of the administrative buildings of the Japanese. And there was another change when the central Seoul went through modernization. So the remnants of the history were buried with the modern buildings. And now we are uncovering the land starting from the 1960s and 70s. And now we made a lot of achievement in the excavating the many historic sites of Seoul, and we gathered a lot of data to uncover the process of the formation of the city. And however, now we are giving a new challenge, and we are looking into the recent past, and we are dividing what we need to do with this the heritage. Do we need to conserve the site after the Industrial Revolution? So the immediate past has been accumulated, and it can be a history. And while we build infrastructure, we had to demolish many of the past buildings, and it is a very important question that we need to ask before building something new. So he gave us a lot of insights about how we can make such decision.
이 현대 쓰레기 고고학과 같은
And the garbage archaeology is gaining a lot of attraction these days because of the interesting value, and also it is interlinked with social problems. And the problem was about the far distant past, but now we are moving into the contemporary archaeology.
우리가 살아있는 현대를
And we try to understand the modern area through the archaeology. That is the garbage archaeology, and that is archaeology of landfills. After Industrial Revolution, the sustainability for the human being became a buzzword, especially since 1950s. We witnessed such problem, but we cannot help doing anything. Many people said this is the era of Holocene. So in this era of Holocene, the more significant problem than carbon emission is the problem of garbage. The garbage has a scale of the huge amount which we cannot irreversibly recover the planet. So the Professor William Curler talked about the excavation of the Alamogordo, where the Atari video game were buried on massive bases. So he gave us some detailed process of that, the excavation of the landfills. But however, going beyond just excavations, he talked about the global waste flow and system, which is unruly heritage. And he talked about how we can address such a problem. So the garbage archaeology is very important source to understand the waste flow and the consumption pattern, which gives us a new reflection about it. And if we identified the small incidents of the garbage crisis, it can be piled up and we can find a way to solve the bigger problem, he said. And lastly, he talked about the power dynamics behind the garbage. So it was a long story, but I hope that we can continue the panel discussion like this. So the Korean presenter will give the comment or the question to the Spanish and the English speaker presenters, and then the speakers from overseas countries will give a comment or a question to Korean presenter, vice versa. And for the last 15 minutes or like 20 minutes, maybe we will entertain the question from the researchers from Enrich. Then, without further ado, Professor Im Sang-taek, you can give the comments or the question. Hello, everyone. I am Sang-taek Lim. We didn't have any discussion about the question in advance with the moderator. I just was given the instruction to give the question to the speaker, so please understand that. So I wanted to just take a rest, but I couldn't because I had to listen to all the presentation. So first of all, the very impressive one thing was the Roman Testatio relic site.
So I have a question to Professor Hill. My question is just a simple, but there are three simple questions. Probably I didn't fully understand, but you said that was the Monte Testaccio was the only channel to transport and import olive oil for the entire Rome, and were there any other producers of olive oil that was supplied to the Rome? So was it as a major producer? And my second question is, and so the amphora, the fragments were piled and forming the platform, and probably there must have been the laborers that took care of the site or worked on the compacting the platform. Are there any records of these workers working in the dump site for Vatican amphoras? And another question is, so the Monte Testaccio has a value as a monument, and it can have a value as a monumental archive. However, what do you think of its value in the past? Was it considered to be a value of a monument in the past or during the Roman Empire period?
Thank you very much for your questions. I hope I have correctly understood. And the first one would be if Testaccio was the only place where this kind of amphorae arrived, or have I correctly understood?
So was the Baetica, was the only supplier of olive oil for Rome?
Baetica was not the only supplier, but was the most of the olive oil came from Baetica, at least the 85% of the total. We, as I said, under Vespasian, the supply of the provinces, the organization of the supply of the provinces of the Roman Empire, there's some kind of specialization. The wheat from Rome came mainly from Egypt. Egypt is a province that produces a high quantity of wheat, and they sent mostly to Rome. Emperor Vespasian conquers the northern part of Egypt, and he says, okay, Romans, I stay here. I don't let a single ship go away from Egypt until you name me the new emperor. So in Rome, there's a big, they are all afraid. So there's like a revolution, and they took the emperor and they name Vespasian. So Vespasian goes to Rome with lots of ships full of wheat. More or less in the same times, but also before, Vatican province gets specialized in olive oil. So it's and a big part of it they sent to Rome. It arrived to Ostia, which is the Roman port of Rome. In Ostia, they put all the amphorae in smaller ships, which arrived to the port of Rome. There, they took away the olive oil from the amphora into other recipients, mostly made of cuero. How would that be? Cuero. Leather. And then I enter in the second question about the labors of the site, which took this amphorae and they took to the dump, and there they throw it away, they smashed it in the same place, and they throw this lime that protects the inscriptions. We've got some, we don't have many, when we excavate the statues are quite boring excavation because we don't find anything else that amphorae. But sometimes we find things like dice, to play dice. No, so the laborers sometimes spend time playing dice and so kind of things. But what we know is that there was a perfectly organized administration of the place, because otherwise it was impossible to. There was someone thinking, now we're gonna throw it here, now it's going. We're going too much there, so now in this direction. So there was a director of any kind. We don't know who or how, but there was someone directing it. And we have always said that Monte Testaccio is a monument. And in Rome, it has always, they have always had the feeling that Testaccio is the real image of the power of Rome. The Colosseum is the most famous one, but the Testaccio shows how they were able to bring this product from the very faraway province and feed the people of Rome, which in the highest moment could be like, usually said that it could be 1 million persons living in Rome at that time, at the High Empire. How could you feed 1 million persons in Rome with a very well organized system? And so we say that it's a monument and it's an archive, because we've got serial information, serialized information, thousands of inscriptions with data organized, and in a database we can make searches, and this information is perfectly chronologically dated.
Yeah.
Thank you. You gave the wonderful, perfect answer to my simple questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. So next, Professor Shin. Okay, the Professor Lim gave the question to Mr. Pablo. Then I will ask the question to Mr. Thomas Meraz Castaño and William Carragher, one question each. So it will be a very important question, short but important question. Okay, first to Mr. Thomas Meraz Castaño. You talked about the conservation and value and discard. And you also gave us the cases studies which can be evaluated again and can be the value. So the value evaluation can be different depending on the historical or the social context, because in some cases that can be valuable, in other cases it's not. So what is the most important standard to recognize the value of waste? What standard we should set up to recognize the value of waste? That's the question to you. And my question to Mr. William Carragher is, so you talked about the modern landfills and the cases of the Atari game dump. So that is closely related to the social and environmental issues in this time. So if you go back a little far, like American Indians, like a Native American, in the case of Native Indians, do you have such kind of the garbage archaeology case? Or have you ever traced that kind of traces of the garbage archaeology in like a Native American context? So that's the question to Professor William Carragher.
Thank you for the question. I don't know if I'm able to answer properly. I don't know if we can set a standard for in terms of value, because I think we've been switching towards more of a dynamic or fluidity of the change of values and how we assign and how different people assign value to not only specific objects or territories, but the relationship that sparks these connected spheres of the human experience. So I wouldn't dare to say that we can set a value. Nonetheless, I think it's important to listen to different perspectives that are gathered together in a territory or in a heritage place, I would say, rather than setting a specificity on how they are considered, but allowing the flexibility of different points of view to be expressed. So waste, I think, is an incredible opportunity to actually come together and see how sparks communication and dialogue, and how value is perceived by different people around the same discarded objects. And I think this change is very vibrant in terms of how we discard things. So I think that would be my answer. Like, not to set a standard, but to allow different points of view to be sparked from the analysis or study of waste.
I have lots of answers to, or lots of thoughts, probably very few answers. In American archaeology, there tends to still be a fairly clear division between historical archaeology and people who study Native American archaeology, for example. And I don't really do Native American stuff, but I can still fumble an answer that I think is useful, though. I think one of the distinctions between Native American middens, whether they're at Pecos or they're shell middens in the American Southeast, or even sites like bison processing sites. Bison or buffalo are driven over cliffs, and at the base of the cliffs where the animals are processed for food and other products tend to be places where huge middens of bison bones, the most famous probably being head smashed in Saskatchewan, Alberta. Let's say it's in Alberta. It's in Canada, how about that, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. That these sites, in as much as we understand the way in which these sites functioned, they were not stigmatized the same way that industrial waste disposal is stigmatized in a 20th and 21st century context. In other words, not only did Native Americans not necessarily have the same notions of sanitation, for example, which is something that is very much a modern concept, and one that's deeply encoded in Western European standards, as probably most people know. They also didn't necessarily have the same attitude toward waste. Again, in many ways, our notion of waste is inherently one that comes from, at least in my experience in a European and American context, our notion of waste is very much grounded in not only medieval attitudes toward waste, the concept of waste being applied to territory or land that's not being properly used, but also, more importantly, industrial notions of waste, which also is where we get a sort of moralizing element becomes part of that, so it gets morally encoded. Waste is the byproduct of inefficiencies, and therefore for a kind of capitalist system, these things must be hidden, right? So the idea of hiding consumer waste and and the waste of production is part of the kind of continuous obfuscation that capitalism relies on in order to function in a way that is sustainable among thinking people. We have to have, as they say, plausible deniability. We have to be able to not see the waste we're producing. If you strip those things away, and when you apply a similar thing to either Neolithic shell middens or Native American shell middens, suddenly our notion of waste becomes very different. We're no longer saying this is material that is a stigma associated with the inefficiencies of a system that prides itself on ever-increasing levels of efficiency, but instead represents continuity of life experience, for example, or other ways of viewing the world and the role of the individual and the community in relation to its environment, their environment.
예, 부탁합니다.
So I also want to ask question to the Professor William Carver. So I think you mentioned already in your answers and your presentation, but my understanding is not that good. So I want to ask a question again. And you just talked about it, but the modern waste, the knowledge from the modern waste will be different in the way of obtaining or in the forms will be very different from the garbage we will earn from the future, because already the Atari waste have the abundant records of modernity, and we could understand the people. However, the garbage from a far past is unknown to us. So we have to we are in the process of an understanding of that waste. So that's the difference. However, in terms of the garbage archaeology, when we consider the continuity, so the research and analysis of the modern waste, what kind of implication or what kind of contribution can it give to the archaeology? I don't know if it's difficult. And what kind of meaning does it have to the general public? So can you talk about it?
Thank you. I think I can. I think the archaeology of very recent and contemporary waste probably is most similar to industrial archaeology, right? Where industrial archaeology, we often know a good bit about how a train works or how cars are manufactured. However, we've discovered that by studying, say, abandoned auto factories or studying the construction of railroads, we reveal parts of the infrastructure that official records, or parts of the process that official records tend to obscure, whether this is the political activities of dockyard workers, whether this is the family life of miners, whether this is all the little devices and technologies and techniques used to successfully manufacture a modern automobile that is not in the official records of how to put a door together or whatever part of the car that's being manufactured. Really, since the 1970s, there's been this realization that there's much more to understand about the social organization of these processes. And I think not only does the study of modern landfills and garbage reveal the social processes that take place going back to Bill Rathje's garbage project, something as simple as people tend to underreport how much alcohol they consume. This may seem commonsensical to us. However, seeing it at scale in society is something that actually reveals the tension between the material remains and the kind of authorized knowledge that one thinks about when one thinks about a historical record. So I think the tradition of archaeology, the contemporary world, is often sort of laying bare that those awkward relationships between both the written records that seem so authoritative because they feel so comprehensive and the material realities, but also making visible things that people who work in these traditions or people who work in these circumstances, whether it's in a factory or at a landfill or whatever, or a company that's seeking to hide sort of what turned out to be catastrophic losses. These are the types of things that the study of contemporary trash can make more obvious. And I think that's where it's shown the most usefulness, which is, in my experience, somewhat ironic that Monte Testaccio can tell us this information about almost individuals in a particular year in the Roman Empire at a resolution that we're not even interested in when we're talking about modern trash. We're interested in like the systems and the infrastructures and all of these other things. So it's an inversion for how I often think about my life as an ancient historian, which often doesn't operate at the scale at the individual at all. And in the modern world, I tend to think in terms of individuals because they look back at me and things like that. But when we study things like landfills and factories, I have another project that looks at worker housing in an oil boom area. And we tend to look at this at a type of scale that obscures the individuals, not out of a lack of interest, but in some ways to reveal the infrastructure that takes place, or the infrastructure that underlies this and is often intentionally obfuscated. I'm hoping that answers some of your questions.
네. 쓰레기는
So garbage is causing a lot of problems, and including new problems. And so uncovering the landfills is also about finding the solutions. That's what I think about garbage archaeology. So we want to hear from the presenters from overseas. So do you have any comments and questions to Korean presenters? Please. So Mr. Castaño, can you ask some questions to the Korean presenters?
To pose a question to Professor Shin on how the study of this sometimes labeled dark phase of Korean history and the perception of it will be expected to evolve in the future. What do you expect on the newer generations to perceive on the study of this in a systematic archaeological way?
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your question. So as I mentioned during my presentation, the city of the Seoul has many characteristics. It went through a lot of modernization and reconstruction as the capital of Korea. And we used to look at the remains and the heritage of 100 years ago or the before. But many of the remains from the Japanese colonial period have been considered to be something we can leave as it is, or something we can get rid of. That was the perspective that we used to have in the past. However, after the start of the 21st century, so in the process of rediscovering Seoul, So we are unearthing so many cultural heritages and artifacts. So even though it was the immediate past, we could see the history of the 1960s and 1970s. That was these living patterns and behaviors of the previous generation. And in order to understand the history of a soul, the first layer that we are faced with is the layer of the Japanese colonial period. So the Japanese colonial period remains now a part of the archaeology, the excavation work. So that has been agreed in the academic community, and so Seoul was the first destination of our excavation work because of its unique history. So if you look at a lot of layers, you can first find the remains from the Japanese colonial period, and then if you go deeper, you can find the distant past as the capital of Joseon Dynasty. So in order to understand the city properly, we have to address the uppermost layer. Then we can go deeper and go into the more distant past.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you. And Mr. Hill?
I have some questions also. I would like to congratulate my colleagues because all the interventions were really interesting. And I've got some questions. For William Carher, when I was listening to you, I was in a contradiction because before the 70s, 60s, 70s, all the garbage was not digital. Were electronic things, but was not digital. In that precise moment, the 70s, 80s, it becomes digital. And now there's a big part of the garbage that is totally, well, it's hardware. But what happens with the software or with the hard disks? Before you said that the 25% of the garbage was paper and written things. So I project myself to the future, watching us to the present, and I say, what will they know about us in the future, which is inside the digital devices? Will they be able to analyze and to extract that information? It's shocking that a very simple device as these video games are no longer working. So we can access by the information that is outside, but not inside. I'm afraid that many years ago, or later, they will not be able to know what the information we have or we manage, all the databases, all the things. That's one question. And I don't know if I can pass to another one. About the shells, this is really interesting for me. In Spain, we have also places where there are thousands of shells in mounds, but they are from very specific chronologies. In the Epipaleolithic, in the coast, especially in the northern coast, they begin to eat these shells, and but not in other chronologies. So is also here something chronologically specifically in some dates, or is it general in all chronologies. In prehistory, as I said, we've got in some chronologies, but later it seems that it disappears. And in Roman times, for example, we find many shells, but as a form of luxurious meals, but not as something quite common.
I suppose I'll go first. I think the issue of what's sometimes called digital heritage is a very, very complicated one that has lots and lots of issues associated with it. In fact, this morning I was looking for an email from 2021, and I cannot find it in my email account. Why I was doing this, I'd prefer not to discuss, but even our personal archives tend to be pretty lacunose, right? Like it's pretty hard to find things in them. And when you begin to get something larger scale, you have these simple issues of hardware obsolescence, right? Like something as simple as, if you're my age or older, you remember playing video games on CRT monitors. No place in the world manufactures CRT monitors anymore. For reasons that are, again, obscure, I have vacuum tube stereo equipment in my house. When the war in Russia broke out with Ukraine, the major supplier of vacuum tubes is an American company that manufactures in Russia, and suddenly we could not get vacuum tubes, which meant that my stereo would stop working at some point. This caused me to descend into sort of a very middle-class kind of panic. So hardware obsolescence is a problem, and it's a problem not just of our current moment, right, where I can't find an email, but even earlier. The devices that were ubiquitous in the 1970s, 60s, and 50s can't be made to work anymore. And the very experiences associated with those devices, whether it's watching a CRT television, whether it's taking pictures with film, or whether it's vacuum tubes for radios and stereo equipment, just simply can't be procured, or the ability for us to procure them is challenging. Archives are very good at paper, at scale. It's not a massive challenge for a university archive, at least in the United States, to be able to archive almost infinite amounts of paper. But when you start to ask them to archive digital documents, the expertise and the simple capacity for it gets strained. And finally, things like Atari games have the added level of problems because these are because of copyright law. And that many times video games in particular are proprietary, and they have proprietary code in them. And they're not super keen to allow you to archive a bunch of proprietary code. And archivists, who are very, very risk averse in the United States, don't want to take the risk of archiving code which could get them in copyright trouble in the future. So there are layers and layers. I have a colleague who worked with us in Alamogordo who's coined this thing called archaeogaming, which I initially thought was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard of. I hope this isn't being recorded. But after a moment or two of thought, it actually isn't. So what this guy, Andrew Reinhardt, does is he documents basically video games. He goes and plays video games and documents them. And at first I thought, why would anyone do this? If I want to know how to play what a video game was like, I could just go and play the game. But it turns out that's not that easy anymore. And that doing this in real time, in the present, ensures that there are records of some of this stuff. And if we assume that video game play is part of not only the history of play, which is very, very important, but also now something that's fundamental to kind of social rituals, right? Whether, my generation stood by the console, the big arcade game, and we leaned against it, and we watched our friends play the video games, right? And we lined up our quarters, or this is what we used to play next. We went through these rituals. Now things are played in this digitally mediated way where they're playing online with people all over the world. If you don't record these things, we begin to lose parts of our heritage because these things are so ephemeral today. And while people my generation who are like old and grumpy and have vacuum tubes and things like that can roll our eyes and say this isn't important, but I'm sure the younger generation in this room would challenge this and say, like, no, this is fundamental to our experience, of our youth, our young adulthood, our adulthood, and things like that. And so I think there are pivots already being made within the discipline of archaeology to not only take into account the material challenges of CRT monitors and things like that, but even beyond that, the less material challenges of making sure that we can put our way of understanding the past, which we've refined and honed and developed methods, to use even in virtual and digital environments. And please, Andrew, don't be mad at me. I now really like your ideas.
네. 시대에 또는
So depending on the ages, you asked the question whether the shell midden has like a specific chronology, because you have the Paleolithic shell midden a lot, but you don't have it for other age. That happens in Korean shell middens. I talked about the Neolithic age. However, in the the Neolithic ages, we have like a middle age, around like a 3,500 years BC. In the south coast area, there were the shell middens. However, in the far sea, or the Korean's biggest island, the Jeju Island, has not have this middle-age shell midden. They have like a pre-age shell midden and the post-age shell midden. However, they don't have a middle age. So interpretation about why is regarded to be related to the living style of that area, because in the pre-age, the agriculture was widespread in Korea, and they were focusing on the plant-based food sources. So maybe like activities like a far sea was not discovered. So we have the Neolithic shell middens a lot in Korea, especially in the south coast area. But however, during the Bronze Age, compared to the Neolithic age, that number of the shell middens significantly drop. And the early Steel Age, we can see more shell middens. The reason why the dropping number of shell midden in the Bronze Age is that the people did the agriculture farming in the Bronze Age. That's why they have the reduced number of shell middens. Then why the shell midden increased again in the next stage? There are very controversies, but still we don't have a clear answer about it. But like a 늑도, 궁공리, relics in Korea have a characteristics of being the hub for trade or the hub for port. So a lot of people gathered together and they had activities along the shore. That's why they used the maritime resources and threw away the shells in that area. But it is not clear yet. So anyway, we believe that that is closely linked to their like living style and techniques. So those kind of changes are also witnessed in Korea too.
Yes, I was frantically writing my question. I'll ask a question to Professor Shin. I'm interested. I was fascinated by all the talks and all the presenters, but yours particularly caught my attention. I'm interested in modernization in Seoul and the way in which modernization does two things, it seems to me. One is I'm curious about how modernization changed the kinds of material that you found. In other words, what particular challenges in terms of preservation arise when you're dealing with modern period sites in Seoul at this moment, at the moment you're studying the period of Japanese occupation. And also, I'm interested in the way in which the materiality, that is, the types of things that are found, is shaped by modernization. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, how do what you decide to save, how is what you decide to save shaped by the concept of modernity, the fact that it's so close to the experiences of your grandparents and that generation? How does that shape what you save beyond monumental sites, beyond architecture and foundations and things like that? So sorry, my question is complicated. It's been a long day, but maybe I got the ideas across.
네.
Thank you for your questions. So you asked a very important and challenging question. So during the modernization, there must have been the changes related to materials, and during the Joseon dynasty, so most architecture materials were wood and stone. So these were construction materials in the past. However, after the colonization, so people began to use concrete to build the buildings. So of course, the stones continued to be used during the colonial period, but the most buildings started to use the concrete because the concrete was faster and more convenient and more durable the way of making buildings. So Seoul introduced a lot of concrete materials during the colonial period. So we found a lot of concrete materials in the remains of the buildings excavated related to the colonial period. And also we began to find the rubber and the glass. Of course, it was before stainless steel period. So now the modern materials are more durable and they can be mass produced. So it was a revolution in that changed the livelihood of a people, and I think that was a positive aspect of modernization when we look at the changes in the materials. In the Seoul, so we can find the most upper layers that have the relationship with the Japanese colonial period, so that you wonder what we do save or what we make a decision to demolish or abandon. And that actually requires a public and social discourse and disagreement. In fact, for Koreans, so modernization has the two sides because it accompanies the pains and the positive changes at the same time. So most Koreans think that we want to get rid of these relics from the colonial past. However, from the academic and heritage point of view, so it's an evidence of that time. So we cannot give up any the history and anything that has happened in the past. However, we need to be selective because the Seoul city is dominated by all the sites related to the Japanese colonial rule. So it is important to set the standards, especially the historic value. And also, there shouldn't be any problem in developing the site while conserving the heritage. So there are certain conditions that we need to meet. So we selectively conserve and preserve the remains. It is hard to give weight to different heritages located in Seoul, but I believe there will be the universal the set of values. In that case, so we can demolish some remains while making some record and archive.
제 발표는 너무 개설적이야.
Maybe I thought that you don't have a question about my presentation. So you talked about the public acceptance, and I wanted to ask about it. So how do you select whether to conserve or whether to remove, which is like a dark heritage? So what kind of effort do experts do to get this kind of public acceptance and the public consent? So about a removal or a conservation, the few experts make a decision making, and we can have a lot of objections from the public, general public. In Busan, we have Japanese fortresses. But if we want to conserve it, they call us a pro-Japanese. So what kind of effort do you make to earn the public consent about it?
사실은
So policy judgments need to be made. And when we make a policy decision, we also have to have a right perspective into historic heritage. So we used to think that the heritages older than 100 years are just true heritages, which is changing right now. And also, we want to actually demolish the remains of the colonial period. So it is really hard to make such decision and get the public acceptance. As I mentioned earlier, so all the traces of the history need to be respected. That's what the Venice the chapters proclaimed. It is not that only these past relics are important, because over time, the contemporary the buildings can be a cultural heritage in the future. So we cannot arbitrarily make a decision to get rid of something. So I think that we need to have a firm stance and a certain perspective. So in order to build consensus, so we need to be more open and inclusive. And also the public awareness campaigns are important. And also the openness and the being inclusive are the values that we definitely need to have as the global citizens. And we need to become citizens of the country so that can stand strong in the global community. It's not that a few experts can do this, but we need to start to build the consensus that the remains of the colonial period is something we need to also look at and embrace. because we are growing as a mature country.
Thank you very much. I believe that you are very on time. So, up to now, all the audience were very patient for their questions to speakers. Especially we have all the researchers and staff from the Research Institute and the Enrich. So maybe I will hand over the microphone to you. Hello, everyone. I am Lee Myung-hun from the Archaeological Heritage Division of the Enrich. I have a question to Professor Im Sang-taek. So usually when we say shell midden, we think that it is a prehistoric relics. So you talked about the early Steel Age shell midden. So is there any like a special characteristic or information you can find from the early Steel Age shell midden? And we need a continuous excavation of shell midden. So do you have anything we have to keep in our mind in excavation of the shell midden? So the shell middens, the difference between the early Steel Age and the Neolithic period, there are no big difference in terms of the relics. Of course, early Iron Age had a specific tools of that age, like the fishing harpoon or all the needle fishing needles are like same with the shell relics from the shell middens of the prehistoric age. But I talked about the two types of shell middens, the shell middens near the village and the far away the village. But that is also same during the early Iron Age. So, but if we look at like a representative shell midden, we could find all the household waste from the housing and also the largest scale cemetery. And all those like a poor were closely linked to the shell midden. For the early Iron Age, but the Neolithic age shell midden do not show this like integrated the characteristic of the elements, at least in Korea. And you talked about what kind of things we have to keep in mind for the future excavation of shell midden. Of course, we have to have a good stratification of the shell midden excavation, but ultimately, whether it's shell midden or not, we have information we can get at the current time. That is the limit of the age. But we are overcoming that continuously. And I think we can do that through the scientific analysis. So I'd like to say that we have to take advantage of a scientific analysis like 100%, and that is used by all the countries across the world to make the specific narratives. Of course, we have a limit of the age still, but we need to have a scientific analysis, which needs a lot of resources, human resources, and financial resources. So we have to get support from the government. I think Enrich could take an important role for that. Thank you very much.
Yes, we have another person with a question. So Ms. Han Ju-sun. So I am Han Ji-sun from Enrich. So And so Professor Williams Carr talked about contemporary garbage, and the previous other speakers talked about the landfill. And that reminds me of Nanjido landfills in the suburban area of Seoul. We started to accumulate a lot of garbage, and the level was as high as 90 meters. And now it was transformed into a park. And when I thought about it, I thought that the landfill bears the livelihood of people. And I think the contemporary garbage has a different meaning. But I think that the best way to understand the current times is to uncover the waste and landfill. And we can compare the landfills to the archive that we already have, and we can build methodology of uncovering the past, and also we can set a philosophical and the morals of value when we look at contemporary garbage archaeology. So it's very significant. So I appreciate the presentation by Professor Williams Carraher. So my question is, so Professor Carraher, so when you study the garbage, the geographical and the chronological and the other perspective and methodologies will be used, and out of a lot of methodologies, which one is the most important? And as for your inference, the Nanjido landfill, there is a landfill that accommodated a lot of waste from Seoul citizens.
I think that when we start thinking about landfills, obviously things like chronology is important. I think materiality is important. That is, what things are preserved in landfills, and that's key. But I think even more so, and I know the word has fallen a little bit out of popularity, but if we think about the Anthropocene, right, that we should also think about them topographically, right? As you say, like 90 meters is really tall. That changes lines of sight. That changes the experience of an environment. And when we think about landfills as monuments, in some ways, monuments to our particular moment in culture, particular moment in society, ensuring that there is an awareness that these features, whether it's Monte Testaccio in Rome, or landfills that are turned into public parks, or turned into housing estates, or turned into golf courses, or turned into just big hills in the middle of nowhere. Like we can do a lot to generate awareness of this as we think about heritage as being, if we think about heritage being something that can be achieved in the present, then it can also be applied to the present as we're generating it. In other words, thinking in terms of landfills as heritage in the making, and particularly at the kind of scale that contemporary landfills are, I think is particularly intriguing. So as an archaeologist who occasionally goes and looks at the landfill in my small town, or thinks about it or sees it, I'm often find myself not thinking so much about what's the earliest deposit in that landfill, what's the latest deposit, but more, how is that going to change the way in which this particular space is encountered in the future?
네, 또 다른.
Any other questions, please? So you can make comments or ask questions. So the floor is open. Thank you. I do not work for Enrich. I am working at the Hanyang University Museum. My name is Hwang Na-young. So when Professor Shin presented, so the Haengdangdong, the remnants were uncovered, and actually our university, the store the artifacts and started to study the artifact found in the Haengdangdong, mentioned by Professor Shin. So it was all the more interesting for me. So my question goes to Professor Shin and Professor Karaher. And the Jubedang, the remains that we are managing, had a lot of artifacts, and they related to our food. So, for example, the drink bottles with a lot of inscriptions of the restaurant names. And out of the many artifacts, 11,000 of the artifacts are porcelains, and we also have the household items and the hospital items. So now, we are looking at the artifacts and debating what we need to do with the artifacts, and we may have an exhibition or display them in our university museum. The Professor Shin mentioned is an artifact uncovered by the public institutes, and can you give us any advice for the private university?
교수님께는 저희 박물관에서 몇 년 전에 그 전자시대, 그러니까 저희가 뭐 컴퓨터.
In our museum, this goes to the Mr. Karaher. So we had the electric age artifacts like a CRT monitor, but at the end we wanted to exhibit all the e-device, especially which has a short-term life cycle. So where does this e-device goes? Where is their tomb or graves? So we couldn't deal with well, but this device goes to Africa or to other places, and that becomes like a recycled parts. And the others, a useless one, is piled up like a mound. So listening to your presentation, across the world, in the U.S. or in other countries, this kind of research give any impact on the policies for the e-waste dump in your country or in other country? We don't have enough time, so I'd like to ask you answer briefly.
So the 200 boxes of artifacts are stored in the Hanyang University. It's very surprising to hear that because when I learned that these are related to the past restaurants and the stalls, it's very interesting. So when I was managing a museum, we had an exhibition about the cartoon houses, and we placed sofas and the bookshelves, and we collected all the old comic books, and the exhibition is also a lounge for many students. So it was really popular. But if it's restaurants or artifacts, if you want to have an exhibition, I think it will be also very popular because it will be a very nostalgic, and it's a very important source of discussion. And especially the older generation will find the porcelains and the drink bottles that they used to use in the past. So also there are the remains of the prison, and there was a street in front of the prison where the families of prisoners stayed. And we've also could find a lot of artifacts related to the families of prisoners. And if there are the pottery artifacts, they were selectively stored and removed. So maybe this can be a reference for your exhibition.
You're asking a very good question. You asked me a very good question about whether the kind of research that we do at landfills impacts policy. And I think the honest and simple answer is not just archaeology, in the sense that it's really the work of people who are doing also the anthropology or sociology of landfills and of waste workers, and also the people who are doing environmental studies of the long-term impacts of landfills. And so instead of this being something that is being sort of driven by archaeologists, I think there are many people are contributing to this debate and this conversation, especially in light of exactly the point you're making, that we're becoming increasingly aware of the globalized pattern of our consumption, right? The idea that ships that bring goods from China in particular to the US do not go home empty. They're taking our trash, and whether they're taking it to places in Southern Asia, whether they're taking it in places in Africa, as archaeologists and as sociologists and as historians and as activists, we're not even sure, because these patterns are not these patterns are not meant to be visible. And I think that our work below the level of policy and at the level of awareness building is continuing to make these things visible, with the hope that as e-waste has become more and more politicized in a productive way, that our work can inform some of those conversations, maybe not now, but maybe in 10 more years, or maybe in 15 more years. So my political predisposition is always to think, instead of working on the level of policy, which is important, is working on the level of public opinion and awareness, which is, to my mind, again, foundational. And I realize ICCROM has its hands in lots of policy, and I'm not trying to disparage policy making and anything like that, but just my own predisposition is working on the level of public opinion and awareness, right?
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. So before we wrap up the panel discussion session, I would like to sincerely thank the audience for staying until the end and asking good questions. And the speakers, they say they were amazed by the participants and their passion, because during this holiday season, so many participants have come and made this conference more special. So world archaeology of landfills. So this has been very well organized. The conference, it was like a drama, well-written drama. And so we started with these ancient times, and passed through the modern times and to contemporary landfills of research. And also, we asked traditional, the questions, and the current, the social issues. And we also thought about the interaction between landfills and the people of today's society. So it was a very well organized program. So it was a very impressive exchange of knowledge, and I am very pleased and happy. So let us give a big round of applause to the presenters who made this conference very valuable and insightful. Thank you very much. So this concludes the International Conference on World Archaeology. And you can leave the interpretation receivers on the table when you leave. And so next year, the heritage of the committees will have a conference in Busan next year, and we hope that we can have a conference during that time. Thank you very much for staying with us.